Welcome back, College Lol fans. It is Audio joined by Nightstar. We are here for week number 3 of the MEC. We got some skirmishes going on for you guys today. Nightstar, it has been a hot minute since we've been on the desk together. How are you, my friend?
I am doing so well today. Of course, it is also Chinese New Year, so those of you who do celebrate Chinese New Year or the Lunar New Year in general, 新年快乐, which
Oh,
means Happy New Year.
ab- happy Chinese New Year to everybody celebrating it and anybody else celebrating any other holidays around the world. Always good to find a reason to laugh, to come together, to enjoy some community in these trying times. But we've got a game tonight to focus on, Nightstar. We've got Drury University and we've got Illinois College. Before we get into the nitty gritty, though, let's go over the format of what we're actually going on tonight, because we threw that word skirmish out there. This isn't actually a seawall match. This
Yeah.
is one of 2 tournaments that we have going on in the MEC side by side. It's going to be the skirmish is a single round robin, and seawall is also a single round robin.
Mhm.
Skirmish results have no effect on the seawall standings, the seawall records, none of it. So this is a really great chance for teams to try out new things, to experiment with their rosters, with their champ select, with their play style, and really just get some good practice, some good stage practice in against their opponents that they're going to be going up against in Seawall. This week we'll just be focused on skirmishes, but next week we'll be bringing you that great Seawall action. But let's talk about the teams now, because this is our first time seeing Drury. We believe got to see, I don't think we've seen Illinois College either, actually, on stream. This is our first time for both of them.
I've actually gotten to cast Illinois last week, so I've
I
I've
got it
gotten a
wrong.
chance to take a look at them, and I'm not sure if it was a pretty solid showing, but definitely plenty of room to improve. As I do believe they played against Mizzou last week, and
Yeah,
that was a pretty
Illinois
back and forth.
Illinois College, one of those teams that was always in the discussion of the top of the table last season when they came in, and mostly through Prankuru, who is returning as their top laner. And it was always been the focal point of this team, enabled them to play a split push style that not a lot of other teams saw in the league. Would you say that they've kept that identity from your time watching them last week?
Yeah, they definitely drafted more around top side, making sure they get some sort of carry matchup up top side. Um, how, but again, it really just comes down to how does the development come, because it is a 7 week league, so there's still room to develop when it comes to moving forward and uh, transitioning things from skirmish over to CLOL, and making sure once you get to that playoff stage for the CLOL event that you've got everything all ironed out, making sure all your rotations are great and whatnot.
Yeah, and they have made some additions to the roster though. So coming in at ADC, they actually brought in Kingme, who is somebody that I am a big fan of personally. I don't see him really playing enough in this scene. Maybe just because on top of being a superstar AD carry, he's also a superstar graphic designer. Quick shout out to Kingme Graphics. I honestly I love this guy because he is so hardworking in everything that he does. And I'm really excited to see what he's going to be able to do with the Illinois College team, because they don't historically send a whole lot of resources to the bottom lane. Like you said, even the last week they were kind of going towards Prankuru in their draft style, but they've always kind of left the ADC rather on an island. That can be a bit difficult, especially in the current season where a lot of the meta is focused around those early dragons in the bottom lane wanting to get your ADC to 1 item power spikes and then team fight. Will Kingsley be able to kind of weather that storm of not getting a lot of resources and play to that Prankuru style? Or is Illinois College going to kind of switch things up? That's what I'm going to be looking at to see here. I want to go across the board, though, as we are getting into the draft. Let's talk about Drury University, because they made some big changes to their roster. Baymax, their former mid laner, coming up to the top lane. Miku, their former support, has renamed to Sundeer Rage and is now playing mid lane. And they've brought in a brand new freshman ADC in Cinemonster. And I'm actually was told in an interview by Drury's head coach that this player is still in gold for ranking. But although on paper he might not match up to a lot of his opponents in the MEC, Drury's coach assured me that he has actually been the one that has been carrying them in a lot of their skirmishes. And as long as they can keep him safe, he's confident that Cinemonster can be a very effective ADC and hold the zone against his opponents. So we'll have to see if that's true, or if maybe the stage experience from some of these higher ranked players is going to come through.
Yeah, and I mean, Cinemonster, as a gold player, you know, maybe the mechanics in lane might not be up to snuff. So because of that, you might see a little more investment from the draft and making sure he's comfortable in that bot side. We reviewed one of the drafts in one of the previous weeks, and they did save counter pick for Cinemonster, or at least save his pick for much later in the draft, making sure that he's on a champion that is going to be comfortable into the other team. And we'll see how that ends up playing out this week. But again, if you are going to be playing around your AD carry, you are looking for things like the Shen, like the Thresh, who are going to be able to supplement perhaps repositioning errors or whatnot.
Yeah, and now looking at this draft, as we are already making some great progress into it. We see all the bans coming through, and a couple of the picks as well. Illinois College grabbing that Skarner, the Set, the Twisted Fate, the Skarner and the TF, two very big power picks. I'm really glad they snatched those up there. I think Skarner is still being underutilized across competitive play. Drury, first picking that Shen as well. We saw them do this in their game against Grandview, and talking to Baymax, he has been putting a lot of work into Shen specifically, and he's always been one of the more shot callers of this team, a very vocal voice and very active in the decision making. Shen is a really good pick for him because he can still be involved in a lot of the plays around the map without giving up too much pressure. So I like almost that they're still putting high priority on this pick, but it is also saying to me that he still feels a bit uncomfortable with his champion pool, and that's something that teams might be able to abuse.
Yeah, and we do see the fact that they go for an early set response for Illinois College as a result of that Shen pick, who definitely is able to bully out the Shen, just because the trade window for Shen is just very, very long, in the fact that he has to wait for the cooldown on his Spirit's Refuge to really be able to set things up against the Set, where a Set can just continuously dog him down in these lanes. Now, it still is also a flex pick, and Into the Alistar also does well, so Illinois have a lot of power when it comes to this last pick, which ends up resulting in a Thresh pick. So the Thresh Ezreal is a very kind of a strange duo, and I'm actually surprised that Drury didn't go for the Thresh themselves, because again, you have this Aphelios, he's kind of going to be stuck by himself. And while we did say coming into this draft that they should look to play around Cinemonster, this draft doesn't necessarily set him up to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. One thing they do have a lot of is disengage, though. Having that Shen to just drop that fat old shield on top of the Aphelios. The Alistar and the Syndra are known for their peeling potential, that Scatter the Weak, that Headbutt Pulverize. So it's going to be difficult for Illinois College to close that gap onto the Aphelios, and especially once he gets, I don't know if he's going to be rocking the Cleanse, but at least a QSS under his belt. Even that gold card from the TF, which will be one of the main forms of reliable engage onto the Drury backline, is going to be avoidable. So I think Drury have drafted themselves a nice composition for protecting their ADC. But again, we have to find out how effective is that going to be with a up and coming, a new blood in the bottom lane, still at gold, playing in the competitive scene, trying to match the level of his opponents. Is drafting a comp around him going to be enough?
Yeah, and for the side of Illinois College, they have so many tools here just to dog down a target. You have the Skarner, of course. Once he hits level 6, he's going to have a point and click suppression, the set as well. If he finds the flank timing, he's going to be able to drag someone in with the ultimate, the Twisted Fate with the rapid fire cannon. Once he gets that, that's an insanely long range engage point and click as well. And then you have the Thresh Hook. While that is probably the only difficult CC to apply, it with how many other things you have to avoid, that also makes dodging out a Thresh Hook that much harder.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I want to talk about later on in the game though, because a lot of this CC from Illinois College is a bit situational. You know, you've got the gold card, the Thresh Hook, things that are easier to land than some of the other CCs in the game, but you still have to get fairly close. TF doesn't have a giant range until he gets access to that rapid fire, but until I think is the key word there, because once Illinois College hits 30, 40 minutes, they get a couple of items under their belt. Once those front lines have their turbo chem tanks, TF has got that rapid fire cannon. All of a sudden, this becomes an impossibly difficult composition to ever get away from. So the worry that I have for Drury is if they do start to fall behind, specifically in the bot lane and even in the mid lane, they have a lot of eggs into the baskets of Rage and Cinemonster. If those two carries are not at an advantage, then the entire composition that has been built up to support them kind of crumbles apart. You don't have your key cornerstones of that comp anymore. Whereas the side of Illinois College, any of these members can theoretically carry. There is enough base stats packed into Skarner and Set that you get a couple of items on them, and if they have an advantage, they are going to run you down and they're going to stick on you until you die. So I think that Drury are going to have to really protect those two players if they want to make this one work. We're going to head into a short media piece, though, an interview with Drury University's coach by none other than yours truly. We'll see you on the other side for the game. Hey there, MEC fans, it's Audio, and joining me right now is Baymax, currently top laner for Drury University, formerly mid laner. We saw him last season, but he's made the swap over to the island in the top lane. How are you, Baymax?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Now, you guys have a match coming up real soon here in about 30 minutes against Illinois College. How are you feeling? This is going to be your first match in the MEC this season. You feeling confident?
Confident is not a word I would use to describe.
Uh-oh.
Playing against Illinois College. Illinois College is a good team. I think we are not a bad team. I think we can win versus Illinois College, but I think we're gonna have to really show up if we want to do it, and it might help if they have a bit of a bad day. So we'll see. I'm confident that we'll do at least okay. I don't think we're not gonna get like embarrassed, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Max, as we touched on earlier, you swapped over to the top lane after playing mid for Drury last season in the MEC. How have you been fitting into your new role as a top laner? And how is it different than how you played as mid?
Well, it's not that big of an adjustment for me because through most of, maybe 90% of my time playing the game, I've been a mid lane main, but I was always mid top or mid primary top secondary. So I've played top lane a lot, especially since if anyone who's solo queued mid lane knows about 2/3 of the time you'll actually get mid lane. The other third, you're probably whatever your secondary role is. So you don't get mid lane that much. You'll get filled quite a bit, even if you're not actually getting filled. So I played top lane. It's not that big of an adjustment. It's a bit more focus on playing the lane. I've had to focus more on trying to learn how to manipulate the wave and do it in a way so I can always make sure that I can be where I need to be when I need to be. In mid lane, it's sort of easier to access the map. There's less emphasis on like I need to slow push this wave into the enemy turret because otherwise I won't be able to roam all the way across the map to get to this dragon when it spawns. Just like I'm playing Anivia, I can press R for 2 seconds whenever I need to, and the wave is gone and I can run the dragon. So it's a little bit different playing top lane, especially since I've been learning champions like Shen who have like almost no wave control. That's a totally different playstyle that I'm not really used to. So I would say just in general, trying to access the map from the top lane island is the thing that's been the hardest to get a hold of.
Who was the first champion that you put some time into when you swapped over from mid to top? That wasn't already in your champ pool.
Definitely Shen. 100% Shen. I had never played Shen before, and I spammed like a bunch of games of Shen in a row, and just like mostly ranked flex. I didn't want to tank my solo queue ranking doing it
Of
because
course.
I
How
knew
do
I
you
wouldn't
like
be
him?
that good.
Do you love or hate Shen now?
Neither. He's okay. I don't think he's that fun to play. I'm still not super confident playing him in solo queue either because he's pretty team reliant. But I feel comfortable enough on him to pick him and not run it down. And I've gotten better at controlling the wave. I'm pretty good at being able to ult if I need to, so it's fine. I don't like him. He's not my favorite champion, but he is really good right now. So
Fair enough. Now, Baymax, I heard that you're also a caster. Now, here's hoping you aren't going to be putting me out of a job anytime soon. But can you tell me a little bit about that and how you got started? Where can we see you?
Well, I have been casting. The very first time I ever casted was my very first year of college 2 years ago now. We hosted that was at Culver Stockton College. That wasn't here. I transferred from there last year. But at Culver Stockton College, we hosted a high school esports tournament. And while we were there, while we were hosting it, we had a broadcast and a production. And I was one of the casters of the broadcast. And it was obviously, it was my first time casting ever. And so it was a little shaky. And, the production value was so, but I had a lot of fun. Everyone involved had a lot of fun. People told me that I did pretty good, especially considering I'd never done it before. So I was like, I'm going to see if I can keep doing this. And then I realized I started putting some feelers out, talking to people. I realized there's a pretty big amateur League of Legends scene where they have a hard time getting casters that are actually talented, which sounds bad. There's not really that many casters out there. The amateur League of Legends casting scene is fairly small. You see a lot of the same people jumping from organization to organization to organization. So getting new people, like a lot of organizations are more than willing to take on some new up and coming talents, and so I jumped in. And most of the casting I've been doing now, I've bounced from a couple different organizations, but most of my time now is with a smaller amateur org called Style Esports, and they run mostly gold plat level leagues. They have a pretty cool little thing going on. It's actually not that little. They have like 60 teams involved, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of nuts to think about, but yeah, I try to cast like at least 2 or 3 times a week. Best of threes usually, so I'm pretty active.
That sounds absolutely amazing. Well, I won't take up any more of your time as you get ready for your match against Illinois College here real soon. Thank you for talking to me, Baymax. It was great to hear your insight on today's match. And for all of you MEC fans out there that are excited, like I am, to watch Drury play, tune in real soon to watch them take on Illinois College in Week 2 of the MEC.
Let's do it.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the technical delay, and also for the overlays on screen. We're working on getting them resized, but we still have a great game of League of Legends coming at you right now. It's Drury, it's Illinois, it's game number 1 of the MEC skirmishes, and we're into the action. 5-point start for both these squads.
Yeah, and I mean, while we were waiting for this game to get underway, me and you kind of had a bit of a discussion, and we agreed that hey, this Rek'Sai pick, it has to be in either level 1 and being able to set up some sort of level 1 invade situation with the Shen Taunt and the Alistar Pulverize, or we definitely expect to see some sort of level 2 gank come straight out of this Rek'Sai right after that red buff, gank this mid lane or gank that bot lane using the flash from the Alistar.
Yeah, it's going to be the goal, and already the set looking for something. Just kind of walking in, seeing what he can find. Shen was there to deter any deep vision from being placed down, but I think that mid lane is going to be the focal point, like you said. This has got to be a great performance from Drury, because I think the ease of execution for their composition is a lot higher, especially when you factor in the fact that they've got this brand new ADC. A lot of their members have been role swapping, and hey, this is the perfect time to try out these kind of changes to your roster and to your game plan. But when you draft around the mid lane and the bot lane so heavily and support them so much with the draft, and those are the lanes that are the fresh faces, it starts to worry me a little bit, because if those players start to fall behind a little bit in the laning phase, get down in CS, get down in gold value, then coming into these team fights where they're supposed to be the focal point of the 5v5, they might not be up to snuff. So we'll have to keep an eye on them, make sure that they're keeping it with their opponents.
Yeah, and right now Illinois already in control of this bottom lane, being able to hold off with this level 2. It is very good here, and of course we're going to see that gank in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Done, dusted.
I mean,
very quick.
Absolutely. And that's going to be the goal. They just want to keep attacking that mid lane as many times as they can.
Yep, and being able to get that early kill onto the TF, slow him down, make sure he doesn't hit level 6. That's the name of the game here for this Drury composition, at least for this early game. And that just gives so much extra freedom all of a sudden for this bot lane to be able to play this lane. And again, this is a heal Aphelios, not a cleanse Aphelios, which is also one of the problems you're going to run into come mid-game, because all of a sudden this Aphelios just doesn't have that ability to get out of certain situations.
Look at this though, this blue buff drawing a lot of attention. It's the flash over the wall with the gold card. They've taken Shen down to just a few HP, but the shield is not going to be enough to buy his life. Kurik will fall as well. It's 2 kills. Didn't see who the blue buff went over to, but it's the spoils of war going to Illinois College after that invade.
Doesn't really mean it doesn't really matter who gets that blue buff, when in the end there's just a bundle of body bags on the side of that face there. Another hook lands, and Cinemonster
on the Cinemonster. The ignite drops down, the heal is used, but he's ticking. Koala is going to be able to walk away. Health bar still an advantage for Illinois College, but that one not too worse for wear, as they're able to trade over some damage on the end of it.
Yeah, and great mechanical play coming in from Shallow, making sure he blocks a lot of the damage here. And now Prankaroo, he goes in, gets himself a trade. Yes, he takes a bit of a poor end of that one. That's a little bit unfortunate there, but again, he's got the wave coming towards him. He's going to be able to hold it off, and for Baymax, he's probably looking for some sort of quick reset here. As Rinker, he's going to come back with the teleport.
Yep, and looking at that bottom lane, Cinemonster not doing too terribly bad, only down about 4 CS. Did have to go heal in that last exchange, so might be a little bit vulnerable, but so far so good for the rookie ADC on Drury University.
Yeah. holding up pretty well here as we're just continuing to watch topside. I mean, Prankaroo, he's got a great CS lead, and now that he has this Vamp Scepter, that helps him out quite a bit as well, being able to sustain through some of these poor trades that he continuously goes for. But being able to sustain himself is going to help him considerably. And now Rek'Sai's in the top side. Baymax has teleport, so we might see a quick cheese here as Prankaroo, he's deep.
He's got nowhere to go. He does get the burst of damage on the Kurik, but he's not able to line up that haymaker to take down Baymax. It's going to be another kill into Kurik's pocket that time, which is right where you want that goal to go. Get that aggressive jungler online. Hopefully he can buy some time, bring the rest of the team into the late game.
Yeah, and you see the response coming in from Illinois College and the fact that they immediately try and invade, see if Kurik does go to one of his camps to try and pick him off there, but unfortunately he's not home. He's already left the premise, and they're gonna just have to walk away there. However, for Savara, now he's level 6. This is where this TF is going to be looking to make plays. And of course, the clear option is just that bot lane. So you see, Kurik, he's setting up his tent here.
Yeah, not spotted on any wards up to this point, but you know, it's a Thresh and it's an Ezreal, so even if they step up aggressively in this lane, it's hard to really lock them down, especially when level 6s haven't come through. But they're gonna try to headbutt Pulverize, but immediately Cold Cottage is out of there, and he hooks the Aphelios under turret. The Rek'Sai rather is gonna get the Stand United to keep himself alive. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Savara running for his life. That is level 6 on the Syndra. She blast cones over, but Timmy Tam is right on her tail, and she will get out to the safety of her bot lane. It's gonna force the Twisted Fate out of lane at the very least. Uses his ultimate, his TP is down as well, so that global pressure is going to be lacking for the next few minutes.
Yeah, and in addition, Baymax also channeled his ultimate, so both global ultimates off the table. However, Timmy Tam, now level 6, has the farm advantage against Kurik here. Even though they are 1 kill apiece, it is definitely a large advantage into the hands of the Skarner, and now he also has level 6, so he's looking to just have a point and click ult here.
Oh no, the cleanse coming in a little early for the Syndra, but it's not going to matter. Timmy Tam gonna use that ultimate, but to little effect. The gold card was down, there wasn't much follow-up, and that play is gonna diffuse rather quickly in the mid lane. They might use it to rotate into some top lane pressure, though. Illinois College is eyeing up that Rift Herald, and they chose to do it. I don't think there's much that could really stop them, but they seem to just be content with stealing away some jungle and getting control over this top half of the map.
Yeah, and while we're still focused here, at least on our observer screen on this bot side, we can kind of touch. Okay, just kidding.
Yeah, it's the blue buff once again. What do you mean, Nightstar bot lane? The blue buff isn't down there. Timmy Tam steals it away with a nice stun, with Kurik still not level 6 and did not have Smite available, and he will be waiting a little bit longer to get that one online. You talked about that CS discrepancy, 34 to 63 now. And this is lethality, Rek'Sai. This is not your run-of-the-mill team-fighting tank, Rek'Sai.
Oh, baby.
But it is your Aphelios down to a couple of 100 HP. KingMe doing what he does best and just styling on the lane, baby, like a graphic designer does. Can he get another? The ultimate's popped off. He arcane shifts forward. Can he land the shot?
Wait,
A flash into from shallow. And it's Koala who secures the kill. KingMe makes sure to dance on his dead body for comedic effects. Way to kick him while he's down, man. And Illinois College, they're feeling pretty good now at 3,000 gold nearing the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and already we said that it's a lot easier for the side of Illinois College to execute. So if they get a gold lead here, it's going to be easier for them to try and end the game, whereas it gets a lot more cryptic for the side of Drury, and here they're again just not in a great situation. Timmy Tam is
Baymax
going to walk out.
took a turn for the worse as he gets doped under the turret. A good flash though might buy him some time. Those turret shots coming through, but a great face breaker to draw him back in and put him down. Illinois College should get this tower up here as well, thanks to the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Drury is looking at that dragon. It looks like it will be the trade objective for objective. So it's good to see that they're still making some proactive moves around the map.
Yeah, they're able to find some sort of trade, but again, it's more of a response play as with this composition, they need to be really on the ball and creating plays as they're going to try and bait here.
Yep. Hey, Lancert's going to get him back out to safety. Good job by Koala to keep his mid laner safe, even if the hook afterwards does not land. So let's talk about the state of the game, because we highlighted the flexibility was the word that we threw around a lot of the draft of Illinois College, but it still has to be said that Drury, despite the fact that we might not like their draft as much, have a very good team fight, front to back, 5v5, and that fares pretty well in the current state of League of Legends. So what stages of the game do you think that they should be looking to fight over? I'll get your thoughts after this short fight break here. TF goes gold and he has to flash away. He might look to save, but the rest of the cavalry has joined in, and Sunder Rage is going to be the first to fall. Kingme takes out Cinemonster at the same time, and it's Illinois College just dropping their opponents like flies. Kingme has no fear as he knows he's going to die to that Ignite. And at the end of the day, it is a 3-for-1 in favor of Illinois College, just losing their ADC.
Yeah, it's just a trade out onto that Ezreal, and even then Ezreal's just so far ahead at the moment. We saw it was pretty dead even, but all of a sudden they're just exploding off the map.
That
it's
was
like Alistar.
Certainly unfortunate. I'm not sure if maybe Shallow meant to headbutt pulverize a player and clicked on the minion, but ends up using all of his gap closers to get into range and nothing left to survive the dive there. Bit of an oopsie, but you know, Drury, they're 6,000 gold down right now. How many more oopsies do they have in the tank, Nightstar? What point do we call this one for at least game one for Illinois College?
Yeah, at this point in the game, it's really, really rough, right? Because they don't have the ability to force fights, because if Baymax wants to try and call a play with that Shed ultimate, it is going to be answered by Savara on this TF. So right now, the side of Illinois, they are given the luxury to kind of sit back and get another item onto this Ezreal. I believe this is going to be the Essence Reaver into the Dustblade build coming in from Kingme, as we've got a
comparison here. Arcane Barrage right on point. And my god, that looked cool. Why do I get to do that with my supports in solo queue? Cold Cottage, hit me up if you want to play with a release. I'm just kidding. Kingme can absolutely destroy me in the bot lane any day of the week. But they're going to get the kills. They're going to get a couple of tower plates for themselves as well. And this is what I was afraid of, Nightstar. Down here in the bottom lane, Cinemonster hasn't been doing poorly, but it does seem like he's a bit outclassed by the just better laning of Kingme and Koala.
Yeah, they're actually just going to teleport straight back into this bottom lane, and
it's Baymax down there now. So they're actually just going to swap it around. They're tired of dealing with that lane. They're just going to allow Cinemonster to try to freeze the wave top instead.
Yeah, now Cinder.
Timmy Tam, he's got his eyes on mid lane. There's the gold card, a really good cleanse into the Scout of the Week's going to get him out for now, but here comes Prankuru. It's a preemptive shield from the Shen, and Akurakeek finds a kill, but he's going so low he can't get the second. Arcane Barrage from downtown hits two. But Prankuru is going to survive as he flashes over the wall. He's going to get the kill. Snipe from downtown as Cinemonster is on the board finally, but the rest of the cavalry has arrived. Kingme is here, and he's looking for his crown. It's Coronation Day. Gets almost close to one kill. There's the first one dropping. Can he keep it going? Cold Cottage, great hook onto Shallow, but the ult bars are starting to run out. Cinemonster is unchecked, and he's pushing out that DPS. The Arcane shifts back to safety, but he's right in Cinemonster's sight. That red gun firing away, keeping him topped off, and here comes Kuruk. He's back in the fight. He's respawned, but he doesn't have the ultimate to close that gap. Here comes the gold card to shut down the ADC, and Kingme's on a killing spree. The Twisted Fate will just barely miss out on grabbing another kill, and after a long, winded fight, might not entirely be over. Okay, I got a little bit excited for nothing there. Kingme was so close there, but I think we're gonna take a breather. What just happened there, Nightstar? That was a lot.
I believe the correct word for that is mayhem, because that was absolute mayhem with a lot of chaos sprinkled in. A good dose of chaos seasoned into that dish there, and
like
I mean,
recipe for an amazing League of Legends.
it was a
Let's take
recipe for disaster for the side of Drury there. Because in the end, it ends up being very much favored for their side, although they're going to try and get a pick on Frankuru.
What are you doing here, Brankuru? This isn't your jungle?
It was
Drury
just a prank.
University are going to remind him of that fact. Well, it's a prank gone wrong. I don't think Brankuru is too happy with the outcome of that one. It is going to allow those, since they saw those 3 members on the bottom, Illinois College to start up its Rift Herald. It's going to be the second of the game. I believe this one is... What is Shelly's? The first one is Shelly. Who is Shelly's sister? Which she has a different name.
I believe it's Shirley.
Shirley the Rift Herald, the Void Monster, is going to be joining the red team, and that scatters the weak. Thunder Rage is quick on the fingers today. They are still going to pop the Rift Herald, though. That turret will fall, but at least Syndra's going to be alive to watch it happen. It's going to be traded for that bot lane tier 1. Prankuru will match the bot lane to make sure that nothing else falls, and it seems like Illinois College, they're going to protect this to charge from tier 2. Do they stick around? They might with that hook. Shen gets pulled in immediately into the suppression, and he doesn't even get the chance to taunt. As Baymax is sent back to the gray screen, a la Illinois College. And they're going to reset off that one.
Yeah, for Illinois College, really they're just picking up the pace here. They're constantly going for these fights. They don't really need to play off of this global timing because at this point in time, you look at all these members, they're so strong in these side lanes. Prankuru, he's got double the CS on his opposing laner in this, well, solo lane matchup. He's also gone pretty much for the full damage build, should be going for Stride Breaker, so he wins out on the 1v1 in that matter. And then when you have the backup of that TF, you're not really afraid of anyone trying to gank the Shen as well, because you're going to have that extra response. Whereas the Shen, I mean, you've got a Shen teleport, but you're not teleporting to your own lane.
Now, Nightstar, I want you to break something down for me, because my small plat brain cannot comprehend the build coming through from Kingme. Why the Dustblade?
So this is just the current build, and it's because Essence Reaver is so good right now that that ends up being the Sheen item. Because again, for those who are a little bit behind, Essence Reaver is a Sheen item. So if you're going for the Sheen, of course you have the Divine Sunder, you have the Triforce, which have been classic items or staples for Ezreal, but because of how strong Essence Reaver is right now, that's why you go for that item. And then Dustblade is just the amount of power you get off of these 2 items here is just absolutely crazy.
We've seen a lot of wacky Ezreal builds over the last couple of years. And I think one of the most interesting things about this champion, we'll see if we get to wrap up this point, is just the fact that with his many different builds that we've seen over different metas, his item his item breakpoints come at different points in the game. So we've seen Ezreal be a late game scaling monster. We've seen Ezreal be the best early game jungler in the game. What would you say is the ideal time to fight with this build path of the Ezreal? Is it get Duskblade, Essence Reaver, and then you're good? Or are you trying to get a more fleshed out core items first?
Yeah, so the 2-item breakpoint here, I mean, right now, the 3 items on Ezreal are all really, really good because you get Essence Reaver, a completed Sheen item. That's great. And we're going to see a pick.
Really good hook. And
he's just
King
gone.
just deletes him. He just presses his button and he's gone. I swear, chat, there was a jungler there. I don't know. I didn't really get a chance to look, but I think Oathkuruk was there. And then he wasn't. And that's how fast King deleted him. You sold me. Deathblade plus Essence Reaver, Ezreal is the most broken thing in the game, or King is just the god, because that was disgusting and should be deleted right now. Right now, Illinois College are breaking into the base. It's 20 minutes in. The first inhibitor is going to fall. And wearing capes of purple, it looks like they'll head to the top lane and continue their reign of terror.
Yeah, and I mean, usually you talk about the queen being the most important piece on a chessboard, but this queen has been absolutely trumped by the king on the board so far this game. The Queen of the Void hasn't really had that impact. Yes, has the Prowler's Claw, and yes, has been able to find things in the early game, but we're well beyond that point, and that was a Hex Flash.
Yeah. Okay, I got baited.
Yeah, and to go back onto the Ezreal point, your 1 item is the Essence Reaver, a completed Sheen item. That's really great. The 2nd item is a bunch of lethality. Again, by the time your 2nd item comes, there's not a ton of armor built up, so that's still going to be heavily impactful. And then your 3rd item is going to be Ravenous, which adds AoE damage to your build. So each item on the Ezreal build just adds another dimension. And that's why Ezreal has always been one of those staple champions where he has very unique builds. And this force here coming in from the side of Drury, this really is their last stand.
Yeah, and as good as we talked up the disengage for Drury, back to the point we made way back at the beginning, if you can remember, 20 minutes into the past. We said that if they start to fall behind, this disengage comp doesn't really work too well, because sure, you can keep your enemies off you once or twice, but where's the engage? That's what they're looking for right here. They're all in on this one, and they found a big chunk of damage to just shut down onto Kingme. He's out of the fight, and Twisted Fate has to run as well. This is looking great for Drury University. A last stand gone beautifully well as Cinemonster is going to grab a 2nd kill onto Prankuru. And they may be down, their base may be broken, but Drury is not ready to fall. They will buy themselves a few more crucial minions on the Rift.
Yeah, and now this is where they have to find their scaling points. All of a sudden, you just have a lot of minions coming into your base, and that makes things a lot easier for your Aphelios, for your Syndra to get access to farm. They don't have to overextend out onto the map, and this is where they have to all of a sudden recuperate those lost funds. But again, you look at the cost. At what cost did that fight force onto them? And you look up and down, there's no more flashes on any members of Drury except for the Aphelios, and that is probably the most important flash on their squad. It does mean that they have to try and buy as much time for that next all-in fight if it does get to that point. And for the side of Illinois College, that's their window to try and force the end of the game.
And as much as I want to applaud Drury University for seeing that opportunity, jumping on it, and winning that fight, I also do want to highlight that Illinois College were staying around for a long time with a lot of gold in their pocket. And to illustrate that fact, Kingme went back after that fight and bought a straight up Surreal Grudge. Just the full item, Had no components in his inventory, is now going to have an extra 30% armor pen, and those Mystic Shocks are going to slow. So he just got so significantly stronger, and if he was doing the damage that he was before, the change in items since that last fight just a few minutes ago is drastic, and we don't see the same change in the other side. There just isn't enough gold for Drury, so this is probably where the last nail in the coffin will be placed. The final inhibitor falls. Minions are pouring into the base, and Illinois College are playing this one slow. They're trying to poke out with King Me as much as they can before the engage. These Mystic Shots aren't quite landing yet.
Yeah, and there's just so much power coming in. You have the extra armor penetration, 30%, and then you also have the extra ability haste, and all of a sudden, this Ezreal just continues to churn out these spells, and there's no moment of reprieve. There's so many spells coming at you. I mean, even the Twisted Fate being able to throw down poke, and the range is becoming the big issue from the carries on the side of Illinois as they just continue to throw out that siege poke.
Yeah, it does seem like they're having a hard time getting through this last tower, though. A good amount of wave clear has been built up now that the Aphelios has that Runan's Hurricane. Prankuru is going in, but the rest of his team is running away. A little bit of a disconnect. Redemption's going to come through. Prankuru has to flash out, and it's temporarily a 4v5. Baymax is going to go forward. A lot of damage. The Thresh has fallen, and the rest of Illinois College is retreating. King Me down to a 200 HP. But Shallow is able to keep him at bay for now. It's not enough as the double kill comes through from Prankuru, followed by the double from King Me. And Illinois College, it looked like maybe they overstayed one more time, but they're able to turn it around and pick up their first win in this series.
What a wild last fight you saw, Cinemaster. He could have turned it. He had a full bar of HP. And then he walked into that bush and Prankuru and Lethality Ezreal eviscerated him. They were sitting on like 200 HP apiece, and then 400 HP beats 1200 HP every day, I guess.
It does when you're King Me, and you have 13,000 gold, 3 items, and looking at the damage charts, yeah, just, it's gross. Don't put it up on stream. I don't think the stream is rated high enough for the damage charts. But to give you just a snapshot, it was well over double anybody else on the team or anybody else in the game.
Yeah,
that King Me was able to dish out there. So congratulations to him. Drury, we're gonna have to see some things change. Let's talk about the draft first off. Because I'm still a little worried with all the roll stops that they've come in and the fact that Drury now the second week in a row has continued to prioritize that Shen first pick. And now we really get to see it starting to be abused. Prankuru immediately snatched up that set as the counter pick, built into the split push with the Blade of the Rune King and the Stride Breaker. And they were able to just throw all the rest of their draft resources at the mid and bottom lane, and it never really felt like Baymax was allowed to have that playmaking potential that we've heard that he provides to this team.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that Illinois College, they put a lot of target bans into the jungle pool, limiting what Oathkuric could have done. They strip away his access to the Hecarim. They strip away his access to the Udyr. Both are early game forces that also scale very well. So as a result, he's put onto this champion in the Rek'Sai that still has early game force, but definitely does not have scaling force into the game. So you're all in on that early game. If it hits hard, but if it doesn't hit, it whiffs hard as well. And on the flip side for Illinois College, they go for the Skarner pick, who has very similar strengths to an Udyr, being able to skirmish early, yet also be able to scale as a tank later on. It just really emphasized the difference in how both teams really wanted to approach this game for game number 1.
Yeah. So what would we like to see out of Drury? We've identified some of the problems in the draft, but how can we patch those holes? Because from my perspective, I want to see some eggs taken out of the Cinemonster basket. Like I understand the idea behind it. I really do. You have this new freshman ADC that's coming in. He's a little bit lower ranked than everybody, so you want to try to offer him some extra support in the draft to make sure that those shortcomings can be overlooked. But when you draft so heavily into these protect the ADC or protect the X comp, if that player does not step up and have a above average performance, then that entire composition is essentially useless. And I think that's really what happened in this game. If instead we saw Baymax and with Kurik going towards maybe a more aggressive top jungle duo, I think maybe this team could have a little bit more success.
Yeah, they definitely could have played more around the top jungle duo there. Uh, because of the early pick Shen, they could have flexed that Shen into the bottom role. That would have been a really nice play there, and then just picking is something that really allows you to dominate that top side. However, because of the set pick as well, the set can just kind of chase the Shen into the bot lane as a support to match, and you're left with a bit of a dilemma. But I don't think the Alistar was the pick there, because while he allows you some sort of engage power, gives you an in route for the Shen, and maybe provides an extra distraction and a dive buddy for the Rek'Sai, it doesn't give you anything for the Aphelios. The Aphelios was really left on his own devices, and if the hook lands on the Aphelios or any CC landed onto the Aphelios, he was just gone. Uh, the bot lane dynamic has to change, whether it's get Cinemonster on a more independent uh, carry, or get him a support that can aid him in these team fights, like an Enchanter support.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be it's gonna be an uphill battle for sure for Drury University. They are gonna be swapping over to Red Side for this next game. We'll be getting you into the draft as soon as we can. But for Illinois College, I mean, we essentially just want more of the same, right? I mean, I don't really think I saw many issues with the draft. We were applauding how flexible it was and the ways that it can approach the game and find advantages for themselves. I think that the build from King Me was great, and even Ezreal can change that build depending on what the game allows.
Mhm.
So the draft seemed fine for me. I thought their gameplay was okay. Are there any changes that we want to see Illinois College improve on in this game too?
So one of the drawbacks of that composition from the side of Illinois was the fact that it's very single target damage. So they definitely could have run into some issues if there was just more team fight built in on the side of uh, Drury. That would have been a big issue they run into, because all of a sudden you're forced into these situations where you need to contest Dragon, and then you're stuck with these single target pickoffs. Um, However, because of how that draft ended up panning out, it worked out quite well, because they were able to continuously force picks and play off of side lanes. So it really just comes down to, what do Drury come out with, and if the side of Illinois, do they continue to respond in a proper fashion?
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that I noticed was I do hope that Illinois College continues to play the side lanes better than they did in game one. Because I remember last season, Illinois College was the one team in the Midwest Esports Conference that we constantly praised for having a strong split push. With Prankuru, they consistently drafted 1-3-1, and they were able to pressure a lot of areas on the map, and teams didn't know how to deal with that. Now, with King Me coming in, it could have just been the perfect storm of that one game, but they definitely played more of that team fight style. And specifically later towards the end there, we saw them, after taking down those inhibitors, kind of just sit in the base for like 5 to 10 minutes and just like slowly whittle away at their opponents. And there were so many things they could have been doing, whether it was stealing away jungle camps, pushing side lanes, applying more pressure. So the side lanes seemed a little bit lacking for me, but let's hope that they can clean it up here in this second draft. Illinois College now on red side. It's the Shen band away already. The Hecarim and the Seraphine will join the table, and they've locked in Udyr as their first pick.
Yeah, so Illinois swapping over to the blue side. Just quick correction there, but banning away the Shen means that their set response there was really to chase around the Shen to whatever lane he was going to go for. And now that they don't have the flexibility of holding on where that set goes all the way through the end of the draft, they've decided to go ahead and ban away the Shen. And then, of course, they swapped out the Udyr ban for the Shen ban. They go ahead and grab the Udyr at this first pick. And now Drury, they've gone ahead and done a very quick adaptation in the fact that Jhin, weak side AD carry, still can get priority in that bot side, but not a hyper carry like the Aphelios, and then throw in an Ivern. So this Ivern has the potential to go either into the jungle, could also go into top side or even mid lane. So there's a lot of flexibility with this Ivern, even if he hasn't necessarily seen a lot of play in some of these roles.
Does worry me a little bit though, because Drury, especially in that last game, were a very non-proactive team in the early stages. They were allowing and adapting to a lot of what Illinois College was doing for them. The Relics could be picked up alongside the Jhin, but this Ivern speaks more to that passive playstyle for me. And this is essentially just going to give Illinois College a free pass to roam into the jungle as much as they want. And I think that's a pass that Timmy Tam will happily take. As you see that Pantheon locked in, going to offer some great gank assistance to the Udyr wherever it does end up going. We see a little bit of flexibility potentially. I would assume that Swain and Pantheon is probably going to go into the bot lane. I'm going to put my prediction out there. You can let me know if you disagree. But that Pantheon specifically, we can see him go almost anywhere.
Yeah, the Pantheon has flexibility to go anywhere, but also the Swain, depending on that matchup, if he ends up in some sort of melee matchup up top side, he can really punish that. Does okay into a couple matchups in the mid lane, does struggle into more of the control mage meta, which is what we're currently sitting in. So we might not see him go mid, but still a possibility. And of course, insane support brings a lot of early game to that role. But what I do like from Drury's composition, or at least this early phase here, is the fact that they've drafted better response champions, where Ivern and Rel are very good at counter engage or hitting back or absorbing that first punch. Whereas in the previous game, they didn't have that ability to absorb that first punch. It was really much of a, we try and go for an uppercut while they go for the haymaker, and if it connects, hopefully we split damage. Whereas this time they can definitely go for a big counter punch.
Yeah, what I'm wanting out of Drury here is they do lock in the Azir for their mid lane.
Oh, it's a kill lane bot.
Yeah, it is definitely a kill lane bot, but I need to see something aggressive from Drury, honestly, because having that protect to the X comp is great, but you need to have something to bridge that gap, and especially with something like an Ivern who loves to have playmaking champions in lane that he can support early on, especially once he gets level 6 in that Daisy. Ivern is not the one that is going to set the gank up and do the damage for you. Darius is, though. That is the pick that I was looking for. The counter to the volley bear, gets the matchup that he wants. This is what I want from Drury, and this is what I want from Baymax. Get rid of the Shen, get rid of this just like try to protect the rest of the team. If this guy is as much of a shot caller, and if he is as integral to the team as I have been made to believe that he is, I want to see him on something that has agency.
Yeah, this is going to be more of a 1v9 approach here coming in from Baymax. He's trying to be the superhero for his team in this game. I don't know if it's a great pick. It is great into the isolated matchup of Volibear, but you also have to deal with so much other things, such as the Udyr running up top lane early on. There's a lot of early pressure onto this Darius. And then when it comes to these team fights, as long as he's able to get out of that, then we'll get to see the Darius start to work. Because against the composition from Illinois, they've got a very low range composition. Pantheon, Irelia, Volibear, Udyr, these are 4 melee champions. And even Swain, he's like a half melee champion because he wants to work in really low ranges rather than the or uh, mid or long range capabilities of other mage champions we see similar or in that mage role. Now, for the side of Drury, um, the Zir and Jin are perfectly fine in this setup. They can play weak side, yet still provide lane support to the Ivern. So we're looking for these lanes to really shove out early on here, because the Ivern does need that in order to maintain control over his jungle.
Now let's talk about Timmy Tam, because Illinois College, I think it's pretty fair to say that they have the upper hand in this matchup. We can consider them the favorites going into this game too. On this Udyr, I think he has a lot of options for himself. Udyr, just in the champion, has a lot of stats. He is just a very good skirmisher. And especially going up against the Ivern, Oathcuric has to be very careful with the way that he paths and the way that he clears, because at almost any point, if he meets that Udyr in a 1v1, he's probably not going to win it. At the same time, Timmy Tam can go to essentially any one of these lanes. You've got hard CC from the Volibear, the Aurelia, and the Pantheon. So where does he go? Where does Timmy Tam put at least his early resources into this game? Is it in the counter jungling, or does he attack one of these lanes and try to set them up?
I think it really depends on the lane support. If all of these lanes are able to shove out, if they're able to win agency, then you're going to be looking for Udyr to non-stop invade, prevent the Ivern from hitting that one item in the Moonstone Renewer, and really just snowball off of that advantage, being able to all of a sudden gank top lane a lot. I think there might be some attention thrown mid because of the sticking power of Irelia Udyr onto a champion like Azir. And we could see once again a pre-level 6 really clinic to try and force down the mid lane.
All right, well, we've laid out what we want the teams to do. All that's left to see is what they're going to do. How are they going to execute on this game? Is Illinois College going to walk away with a 2-0? Or will Drury University give us something to watch and take us to a game number 3? We'll have to find out on the other side of this short break. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 between Illinois College and Drury University. I see up 1-0 in this best-of-3 skirmish. Now, just to reiterate, this has no impact on the actual C-Lol standings. This is a separate round-robin tournament called the MEC Skirmishes that is happening alongside the main event. The main C-Lol event. We'll be bringing you coverage of that next week. But for now, we just have a couple of great games of League of Legends, and Drury University fielding their brand new freshman ADC, Cinemonster, who's on the Dark Harvest Jhin this time around.
Yeah, the Dark Harvest Jhin, definitely an interesting take. I would say it's a little bit greedy because of the fact that you don't have the extra fleet footwork move speed to kite out this Swain Pantheon, so the all-in pressure is going to be absolutely nuts in this bot lane here. So we're going to have to see Cinemonster play pretty far back, or Shallow really has to play the lane of his life here. So I expect to see Cinemonster and Shallow to play really aggressive level 1, because that's probably the best shot at being able to get an advantage in this lane. And for the side of Illinois College, there's so many ways they can play out this early game.
Right. I hear your reasoning, Nightstar, but let me raise you one thing: damage. And that's what's happening to Cinemonster right now. The Ignite coming through will tick burn down, but not die. There's not even a single CS picked up yet, and he might have to go back to base.
Yeah, and this is absolute disaster here, because the only way they were able to hold out is if they're able to get access to the wave, but they were denied that, and now it's dire, because...
Hey, you know what would feel really good right about now, Nightstar? A
fleet footwork,
Brock.
Or even just trying to run away from that situation.
I don't want to flame the man too much. He's a brand new, he's brand new to the roster. This may turn out. Obviously, I think Dark Harvest is not an unseen rune on Jhin. It still synergizes with him incredibly well, getting that extra damage because you are so oriented on that burst. And I do expect him to go probably toward more of a Gale Force into lethality build to try to complement it.
Yeah, I definitely expect to see the Gale Force come out here in order to build distance away from all of these really in-your-face champions. So he will need that to gain the extra distance. But yeah, it's 17-0. We're looking at a support Jhin.
Yeah, and I think also part of the reason why this Jhin seems so out of place in this game is this is the first pick for their team, and Jhin is one of those champions that has put a meatball in front of him. He's just useless. And that can happen with even one tank on the enemy team. You throw a Malphite into the top lane, and it's like, oh, well, I guess Jhin is just the W bot now. But you throw the Volibear, the Udyr, the Swain, that are all going to have so much health and be so hard to take down, that fourth shot Dark Harvest just doesn't seem so impactful in that situation. So this is one of those kind of like draft mistakes that we point to, and it's like, well, this is why you don't typically first pick Jhin in these scenarios, because he can be countered in this way.
Yeah, and I think while Jhin is still a solid pick, it really becomes more situational, and right here, they have to... I think it comes down from a little bit of a misunderstanding of what the purpose of the Jhin pick here is. It's to be more of that weak side laner. However, so far it hasn't paid off, because
that's the Ghost out of Baymax. Yeah. And I mean, you're talking about it, the weak side to set up Baymax here at the top lane, and he has gotten a CS advantage for himself. You can see about a full wave up, but as that recall gets canceled, that is a teleportless Darius who just burned that flash, did not get a kill from it. That CS is going to be pretty much evened up here because of that trade. So Frankuru is doing just fine up there in the top side, and Illinois College are not really feeling the threat that the Jhin was supposed to buy for Drury.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden you're in an impossible situation down in this bottom lane because King Me and
Oh, good
Cottage,
ward.
they are going to be able to hold on to this wave for the most part. With Kurik,
Oh,
he's
this is
trying
great.
to hold and crash the wave, but now they're all in.
Teleport's gonna come in. They knew the Ivern was there all along, and it's Drury walking right into the trap of Illinois College. Shallow will be the second victim as the bot lane duo. That's just unfortunate, you know.
Yeah,
I like
was
the
never
play. I
going to end
do.
well.
I mean, I do like the play from Drury University. Try to bring a Kuruk down there, maybe for something. At the very least, the jungler shows his face and they can help Cinemonster shove that wave in and get a good reset, actually get some items under his belt. But because that ward was there, Illinois College saw that plain as day and they were able to set up the counter gank for it. So, really good ward placed by King Me and Cold Cottage, but a little bit of unfortunate for Drury too.
Yeah, I mean, for Drury, that was the only play they had available to them. You know that the bot lane is going to try and freeze the wave there. So for Cinemonster and Shallow, they have to call their jungler to at least crash that wave, but then they wanted a little bit more. They wanted to be able to really chase them away and maybe even force a fight. And I mean, King Me and Cold Cottage were like, all right, you want to force a fight? We'll handshake that one all day. And they brought down Timmy Tam, and Timmy Tam was like, yep, we take these fights all day, all the time.
All day, every day is the motto of Illinois College. I don't know if that's actually true. Don't quote me. They probably have a really cool motto that you can find on their website or something. So I do not represent them. Do not take my word as theirs. But in this game, I can tell you they are doing quite well, and they are doing it all day. As they are 2,000 gold up, just 7.5 minutes in. We don't even really see a lot of objectives for this team to fight over. Like, I'm kind of waiting for all of this buildup, these small leads from Illinois College to explode into something fantastic. But, you know, we just haven't seen it yet. It's been a pretty slow and steady climb to the advantage they've gotten themselves. But here, it's Savara looking for a 1v2 in the mid lane, and actually coming out pretty well at the end of it all, as he's able to keep the bot lane duo who have roamed in at bay. Now Baymax, he's falling down in a 1v1 trade, and it's about to get a little bit harder for him as well. He doesn't have the ultimate to finish it off. He does get the heal from the Q. That is big. Has the flash available too. Can he get that Q back up on timer? Prankuru flashes into stun first. He does heal! And 300 gold in the pockets of Baymax. One down. Can he get the second? No. Timmy Tam is smartly gonna hightail it to the other end of the lane. And wow, really good play there by Baymax.
Yeah, one of the rules of League of Legends is, you know, don't chase the Singe. That's number 1 through 3. But number 4 on there is don't chase a full passive Darius, because when he turns, he turns.
With Darius. Oh no. It's the triangle formation. There's nothing that the Aurelia can do. Actually, no, he can just flash away and he's just fine. That's the, you know, there's not a lot of damage in that trio. Rel and Ivern and a Jhin walk into mid lane and nobody really does anything.
Yeah, you thought it was Bermuda's triangle, but it was really just a musical triangle. Makes a nice little ding sound, and
it's really just calculus. It was, you know, it looked intimidating, but you just ended up wanting to kind of take a nap after. It didn't hurt you at all.
Yeah, you put it into the calculator, you solve it real quick, and then you move on.
You know, you look at that really hard problem. That was Aurelia at the beginning of that fight. She was like, "Oh crap! Some dude has 20 watermelons, and he's asking me if I want 5. How many does he have left?" He's just like, "Oh wait, that's easy. I just flash away. It's like 15 or something."
Yeah, I just ignore the question.
It was just a word problem. And Drury, they are going to be able to pick up an uncontested Rift Herald for themselves, so that's a step in the right direction. We haven't seen them really have much pressure on this top side. Baymax has been playing weak side, and although he turned that kill around, I wouldn't say that at any point in this game up until now that they've really been putting pressure up here. That might change though, as Baymax is going to pull him in. Prankruger already used the stun. He can't run away. And they're at least going to chunk him down low. Will he burn? Will he burn? I think he's going to be okay. 1 HP. A single tick more would have taken him down. But that means that Drury have all the time that they need to take 2.5 plates, drop Shelly down, and this should just be the entire first turret falling over. As long as they can shoot through about half of this next plate, and they will be able to with this next wave coming in. What can Illinois College get back in the bot lane, though? Because they have 3 members down here. Sunder Rage has just abandoned its lane. It does seem like it's just going to be a couple of plates in return. They don't have enough to get the full tower here. So good on Drury to make that proactive macro play.
They have enough damage this
and
time.
Also find a kill in the mid lane. I may have spoke too early. Please die. Okay, he does. He trades one back for himself, though. Cinemonster will be the payment for that kill.
Yeah, and you're starting to see the macro adaptations from Drury are not bad. It's just the champion strength is just so far behind. The intelligence isn't paying off.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to stat check once again. Amazing Emperor's Divide to corral them back into the pit. Sunder Rage lives with just a sliver of HP. And at the end of it all, it is Illinois College picking up the Dragon, but Drury are making them fight for it. This is, already a change what we saw in Game 1. I like the draft better, and I like what I'm seeing more from Drury.
Yeah, it's definitely nice macro adaptations in the fact that, hey, we can't play this bot lane. Let's move our bot lane elsewhere then. This Azir can farm from range, so we'll just put him in that more difficult 1v2 situation. But now Sundere, he might be in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, he's in a world of hurt right now. Timmy Tam just giving him the runaround as Cold Cottage comes in to pick that one up. And you were saying something about farming at range and safe in the same sentence, Nightstar.
Yeah, farming from range and then recalling in front of him.
He forgot to read all the instructions. He just went ahead and started doing the problems.
Yeah, exactly. He forgot the warning on the labels there is he ends up recalling it. I mean, at that point you should really just change your name from Tsundere Rage to Baby Rage, because that was a Baby Rage moment.
Oh man, don't do him like that. Come on, Nightstar. We're here to celebrate these amazing players.
You know, sometimes you just get a couple of boo-boos, but you know what? You move on. It's been a well-played macro standpoint still from Drury, and that they are at least coming up with responses, even from some really painful blunders there, being so far behind.
Here how Sunder Rage, I mean, it's a small thing, but freezing the wave outside this turret, because there are no objectives to play for, so he doesn't need to be just auto shoving this wave and allowing his enemies to get tons of farm. He can hold this cannon, and that's already one. It's going to be at least 2 full waves denied away from his opponents. So all you people in solo queue that just perma push, don't stop. Freeze the wave. Always freeze the wave. Every time.
Maybe not all the time, but you know, you definitely it does help to think about what your opponent can do, and right now they can't just crash onto that top or bot tier 2 here, but Baymax
that now we'll see a big fight at the top lane going down. The curtain call opening up. They're not able to find anything other than Koala. And quick play. They're going to be able to walk away from that one. Good job by Drury University. No objectives to turn that into. But meanwhile, Illinois College is going to just at least get some damage on the tower. They might even look for more. Timmy Tam, he's wrapped around deep here, but he's behind enemy lines.
I don't know.
Yeah. He's on a not so magical journey here through the jungle. Flash
my
forward
God.
from Baymax is gonna grab 2, and that's Kingme going down to the beginning of the fight. Cinemonster grabs the kill for that one, and Drury, they are on a war path right now, and they do not want to stop. Sunder just gonna flash forward for the last couple of auto attacks, but I think that's all they're gonna be able to find. Shallow, have you walked too far? Hopefully not. I think they're gonna be able to walk away from this one. And Drury, good couple of kills picked up on the back end of that play there.
Yeah, and now this is where the composition from Drury, this is where they can slowly start to scale up. Yes, they're still 2,000 behind, but if you're looking at a holistic approach, the side of Drury have the better 5v5 still. It just really comes down to how much an advantage are Illinois College able to generate in this early game, and really it just comes down to, can you beat them down with your wallet? But for the side of Drury, they've been able to hold up in this early game very well. The Zir is able to get his necessary gold. Yes, he ended up being swapped into a really rough position, taking the 1v2 in that bot lane, but the moves have done them well enough that at 16 minutes into the game, this is really the best you can hope for if you are Drury.
A teleport coming into the mid lane. Illinois College want to make sure this Rift Herald gets charged. They want to make sure they can set up for this dragon. As Shallow is going to walk up, take a little bit of damage, but for the most part, Drury have control over this river. A second teleport being challenged. Illinois College really want to have all of their members here. I'm a little shocked. Nice start that they committed so much there, because Drury can just kind of walk out of this if they want to. But why would they want to? They're just going to chunk out Timmy Tam down to 100 HP at the start of it all, and now they can walk over to that dragon. They should be able to secure this one. If Timmy Tam walks up, he's going to be almost certainly dying. Illinois College will get a turret for their troubles, but with 2 teleports committed, I don't think that's worth it. They're going to try to maybe rush to the top side to buy some gold back for all the summoners that they committed, but good on Drury to turn this one around, and now they might even get more. Sunder Rage just barely misses that Shurima shuffle, and it's going to cost him his life. Curtain Call opens up to slow down the members of IC. Not going to find any kills just yet, but Baymax has joined the fight. Great Aurelia ultimate's going to disarm 3, and it's actually Drury that are coming out on top. They needed that fight to go their way, and it did end up going that way as Drury actually forced on them. And they are thanking him for it right now.
A little bit confusing there why they opted to just go for that skirmish. Of course, the Zir got a little bit too happy feet there and decided to opt into the fight, and that's where things decided to take a turn for the worse there.
Yeah, that Shurima shuffle does land onto 2 members into the Azir ultimate. We are singing Drury's praises right now, but
they instantly flashed.
Oh yeah, that amazing reactions there by Illinois College. That was 100% an outplay by IC, not a misplay by Drury University. I think that was correct going for that fight, but just didn't go their way that time, and that's kind of disastrous because they had such a nice play there, able to draw out the teleports, go over to the dragon, get it for free, and even chunk out Timmy Tam on top of it. If they hadn't lost in that fight afterwards, they would have gone a long way to closing the gold.
Yeah, and now things are getting a little bit hairy because all of a sudden, from a 2.5k gold deficit, it's just absolutely ballooned to a 6k gold deficit because they did force that fight. They did lose that fight, and as a result, they lost all their jungle camps. They lost their tier 1s. They also lost access to waves. Now they're waiting for waves to come back to them, and now they're stuck in this position where all of a sudden, for the side of Illinois, they can pretty much force onto every single lane. There's not a whole lot of safety offered for Cinemonster, for Tsundere Rage to get access to some of the gold that they need to get access to in order to be able to start scaling and outranging these very low range champions.
Timmy Tam, he's walking forward. We'll see if Baymax is able to find anything on a Breaker here. Does actually whiff it, and Breaker traces back a chunk of damage. He's just kiting around him. Hits him with the emo.
Oh, that's a
I
bad
like it coming out from in. Yeah. A little bit of CC falling down, but nobody to really follow it up. And going more into those item breakpoints, if you look on the other side, some of the Drury members, you've got things like the Moonstone Renewer, the Locket of the Iron Solari coming through, these really strong support items that are so powerful in the current teamfight meta. But because they've drafted so heavily weak side in multiple lanes, there's nobody to really use that, right? You've got a Moonstone Renewer, sure, you're healing everybody up, but who's dealing the damage? It's not the Azir yet, it's not the Jhin, because you opted into drafting a losing lane for those two matchups. And, you know, kind of the one area that they were hoping would be excelling in Baymax is going even, really, at best. So, a little bit too inactive here for Drury this time around, and it might cost them the Baron flashing over the wall to try to find the steal, but they were able to hold it at a high enough HP that it was not possible, and KingMe is going to be able to pick up his 4th kill of the game. 4, 2, and 3 on this Swain. We haven't talked about him much, but he has been running over this game. Not only the 4 kills, but also a 60 CS advantage over Cinemonster.
Yeah, and it really just started from that level 1 in that bot lane matchup, being able to win out on that the level 1 trade, and then Cinemonster, he just can't play the game anymore. He is a Jhin, and the Rel, who, while they have great utility, great team fight presence, they don't have great 2v2 into such kill threat champions like the Swain and Pantheon, and it was just a very difficult situation that they ended up having to lane swap, and while Tsundere Rage was able to put up with it in a pretty good manner, you're still in a negative situation.
Yep. Ooh, and Althuric, it's not doing much to help there, as it's going to be 2 kills going over to Savara there in the bottom lane. He sees him and he just says, "You're dead." And there's really nothing they can do about it. Now Shallow is caught a little bit out of position around 3 members. It's a little more than a little bit, and he's going to be looking at a gray screen for the next 30 seconds. Illinois College really starting to put the pedal to the metal. They know that they're strong. They have the item advantages. They have the numbers advantages, the experience. And they're ready to finish this thing, Nightstar. They do not want to be on Summoner's Rift anymore. They want to go home.
Yeah, indeed. As I mean, Tsundere, he has to make this play here.
Yeah, he's going to find a Shurima Shuffle, but Timmy Tam is not going to really do much in the back line. Baymax does have a good position, but the heals are just not enough, and he is going to go down. With Kurik will be soon to follow. It's 3 have already fallen, and with Illinois College wearing purple, the minion wave stacked up, their armies knocking on the door. They're going to dive the towers. Nowhere is safe for Drury except their own fountain, where the curtain call will be challenged. Will be channeled, rather. And fitting as this will be the final act for Cinemonster and Co., the last remaining member, as the Nexus doth fall. Illinois College walking away with a 2-0 in this MEC skirmish.
Yeah, and it was a very clean 2-0 here. KingMe having a wonderful performance in this series, and all around here. Great drafts coming in from Illinois College to deal with the draft from the side of Drury, and Drury just I mean, it's just comes down to a learning experience. That's really what you chalk up this series to, and of course it doesn't necessarily have standing on their CLO results, and that just means, well, it's a great opportunity to build up more stage experience and just being able to have more VOD review tape to learn from.
And I want to get your reactions, Nightstar, on Cinemonster, because I think that talking about how this is a skirmish, this doesn't affect CL results. I think that's really important for teams to have these low pressure environments where they can do things like this. Put a freshman ADC on the roster. If you think he's got talent, see how he gels with the team. Obviously, Cinemonster didn't have a standout performance today, but I also wouldn't rank him a complete failure. What were your initial reactions from this debut game that we got to see from him?
I feel like we didn't get to see enough because of the the results of the lane phase. The lane phases in both games were not good, and because of that, he didn't get to enter the first or second team fight on a somewhat even footing. You can kind of give a little bit more onto the Philios because he was sort of even on CS, but there was really no setup in order to allow him to really thrive. And that was really the issue there in both games, in that he didn't get to that first or second team fight at a footing where he gets to have a say. We get to see his decision making really flourish, and um, it just comes down to, well, better luck next time.
Yeah. But I think over on Illinois College, we have to give mention to the other bot laner and
Mhm.
Kingme. And I think he had a standout performance today. We saw two different styles from him as well. We saw both the traditional marksman in the Ezreal and the Swain. And I think Swain is such a great pick for teams that want to do exactly this: make usage of those physical damage mid laners. Get things like the Aurelias, the Pantheons, the Zeds, even if you want to get spicy. Having a mage in the bot lane unlocks so much draft potential. And that was one of the things that I really loved about Illinois College last season. And it's something that I'm glad that they seem to be continuing on, even with these new additions to the roster. Is a very flexible draft style where they can play a lot of different champion styles in different roles. So I'm really excited to watch Kingme and the rest of Illinois College and how they progress, and if they can come out with some more interesting drafts in the future. But that is going to be it for this game. Coming up after a break in, I think, 7:30 p.m. EST, we are going to have another MEC match. So stick around, guys. For now, though, it is audio. It is Nightstar. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, MEC fans. It's another great week of the Midwest Esports Conference, and I'm Audio, bringing you coverage of an interview with the head coach of Drury University. How are you today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for having me here, Trevor.
Absolutely. Now, why don't we start off by just giving me an introduction of yourself, kind of explaining to everybody what you do for Drury.
Sure. My name's Michael Jones. I'm the head coach of the varsity esports program here at Drury University. As head coach, well, that's technically my title. I'm really the program director. Our program is housed under athletics, though. So head coach is just the traditional title we use across all sports here. Currently, I'm the only coach for the program, but this summer I'll get to hire my first assistant. So then I think that really becomes official. You can't be a head coach if you're the only coach, right? But that
I
is my
guess
title,
so.
and I oversee the whole program here.
Well, that's really awesome. I'll be excited to see what Drury can do once you get that assistant under you. But tell me a little bit more about the program. I know you guys have the league team competing in the Midwest Esports Conference, but does Drury compete in any other titles?
We do. We have teams in Rocket League, Overwatch, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and then we have a mixed kind of CCG team that at the moment is mostly competing in Hearthstone.
And what kind of support do you guys offer to your players, either through scholarships or any other means?
Yeah, so we are an official sport here on campus under the athletics department, as I mentioned. So obviously, we offer scholarships. That's a big part of the total package and support that we offer for students. We also have a dedicated esports lab here on campus with 18 machines, and we're growing every year. We of course have jerseys and a lot of travel support. Unfortunately, that hasn't been utilized this year due to the ongoing pandemic, but hopefully when the world returns to a little bit of normalcy, we'll get to continue traveling again, especially thanks to our friends here at the Midwest Esports Conference. They were some of the first people that made that possible for us. We have plenty of money in our budget to travel to events, but not that many events in the region worth traveling to until Midwest Esports started putting on more and more of these lands, especially connected with our partner conference. So a lot of different things we got going on here, but those are kind of our main focuses, especially hopefully going into next year. I really hope that we can get back to traveling again, because that's one of my favorite parts of working in this role, and the students really enjoy it as well.
Those lands are always a ton of fun to be a part of. I am certainly looking forward to them as well. And we can only hope that all this craziness will get put behind us sooner rather than later. But talking more about your program, how many students would you say are involved with your team?
Yeah, the roster is currently at 20 students. We had a few more than that in the fall. We have a couple students taking a semester off due to COVID. So we should be up to around 30 to 35 total in the fall, depending on how our recruitment finishes out. And that's including students that we've recruited here as freshmen and transfers, as well as a handful of walk-ons to the program, students that were already here, because we're currently in our second year of competition. So some of our upperclassmen and many of our original players were students here already.
Now, if you talked about recruiting there, if I was a player that wanted to play at Drury University, what does the scouting process look like? What would I have to do to get noticed by the school?
The first thing and the simplest thing is to just raise your hand. So you can go to our website, esports.drury.edu. You can message us on Twitter. You can message us on Discord. You can join our Discord server and just raise your hand and say, hey, I'm interested. We recruit pretty broadly across titles and across all skill levels as well, because we field multiple rosters in all of the games that we compete in. So even if you're more or less brand new to your game, there's potentially a spot for you on our team in our program. The main thing we look for, though, is just someone who's dedicated, who wants to improve, and who can give and receive constructive criticism. Those are kind of the main factors. So if you think you're a hotshot coming in and you think you're the best, and you want to try to be the best, you're not going to get there unless you work with your teammates, unless you're willing to listen to their viewpoints and come together on that front. So those are the main things I look for. Skill is obviously an important factor, and being skilled in your particular title will lead to a larger scholarship and will lead to starting on one of our more competitive rosters. But that said, we're looking at a wide variety of potential student athletes, and that's beyond just the titles we compete in as well. We're looking for people that do what you do. We're looking for casters and hosts and broadcast production people and folks interested in videography and photography and social media management and graphic design. Lots of opportunities through the program, as well as our multiple majors in those fields for students to learn that and start to apply the things they've learned and build up a portfolio of work. So hopefully upon graduation, they can go out into the world and do what you're doing.
Well, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you're trying to recruit me right now. And honestly, it's sounding pretty good. I'm liking the elevator pitch already.
Well, I appreciate that. I've had some practice at it, so.
But shifting gears a little bit, you guys are going to be having a match in the Midwest Esports Conference, actually here in about half an hour up against Illinois College. And we haven't seen the team play on stream since the last season. So there have been some changes. Run me through your roster, how it's looking this year, and how you're feeling about the team and the future of the MEC.
Yeah, so with our roster starting off, I was very excited, excuse me, for this school year. We had a lot of great recruits coming in the fall. Our intended starting AD carry, unfortunately, is one of the students that I mentioned earlier, had to take a semester off due to COVID. So we have brought up a player who was originally on our B squad this year, Cinemonster. You'll see him play today in the ADC spot. I've actually been very impressed with him. He, on paper, is not quite at the caliber of the talent that you'll find in the MEC in terms of his rank. He's technically in gold, but I think he's been holding his own very well and staying competitive in the laning phase. And in many of our scrims, he's been the one carrying us. So if we can help guide him to safety through the mid game into the late game, I'm confident that he can perform just like any other AD carry in this league. We've had a few other swaps in terms of position. So our mid laner from last year, Baymax, Brian Custer, he's moving up into the top lane. And I think he's been performing a lot better there. Which is surprising because I think one of his strong suits is his communication. So having him in the mid lane as sort of a director of traffic, if you will, was really good for us last year. But he's been very proactive in the top lane, coordinating teleport plays and pressure and split map pressure, those sorts of things. So he's been very successful there in expanding his champion pool to be competitive. I was a little worried at first that he wouldn't have the depth of a champion pool to compete with some of the better top leaders in this conference, but he's also been performing very well and holding his own. We've moved Miku Lee from last semester. He's on a different account name now, so you'll see him as Tsundere Rage. He was our support last year. He'd also played some jungle for us for a time. He's now in the mid lane, and he's really excelling there. I think one of his strengths has always been his mechanics. So putting him on a more mechanically demanding role and a big carry role, I think has been great for him and for the team. And then we're also returning our senior from last year, who's doing a final victory lap here this semester, and has moved down into the support role, and that's Shallow, Tyler Clanton. He was one of our first commits as a walk-on to the program. He was already a student here at Drury, finishing up his 4th year of eligibility as a basketball player. So he was a starter on our D2 basketball team. Finished up his eligibility and then came to play League of Legends with us. So overall, and then of course we have Oscaric returning in the jungle. But moving forward, we'd like to have him, I think, in more of an analyst role. That's where his strength lies, is in helping the team strategy-wise, and he's a big vocal presence for us through the first 10, 15 minutes. He's just a wizard when it comes to jungle pathing. So overall, the roster is looking pretty good, pretty competitive. I honestly don't know where we're going to end up at the end of the season. I think it's 50-50 if we're in last place or second place. I think Grandview is probably going to run away with it. They're looking really strong, and some teams in our conference have been able to take a game off them, but those often seem like flukes or throws from Grandview, and then they put their serious hat on and close out the series with command. As for our match tonight, or rather later this afternoon versus Illinois College, I'm very excited for that matchup. They've always been a great team. They actually competed in an online invitational that we hosted in the fall, the Drury Invitational, and they looked really good. They were very strong through the group stage in that tournament. Going into the final rounds, they fell short against St. Clair College out of Canada. I think they're very strong. I don't think they're quite as strong as they were last year. I think the major difference is their coach, Justin Bragg, has moved over to Purdue Northwest. And I think they have amazing players, but I think he was a lot of what helped that team kind of punch above their weight class, if you will. So I think it's still a very strong team, but I think compared to last year, they're maybe just the slightest touch weaker or a step behind than they were. That said, they're still very good, and we have a stout challenge on our hands for our match today. I'm not really sure what to expect out of them. I think I was starting to get a read on how Coach Bragg was drafting, and I've seen this Illinois College, this iteration of the roster, play a lot this year, and they like to throw curveballs. So we'll see. Regardless, I think this match will be pretty spicy.
Well, thank you so much for that thoughtful insight and for all of the information on Drury Esports and taking the time to talk with us today. That is going to wrap it up for us. If you guys are excited, as I am, to watch Drury University fight in the MEC, go over to Upsurge Esports on twitch.tv, and you can check them out every single weekend until the tournament wraps up. We are going to sign off for now. Make sure to check out the stream tonight at 5 o'clock CST, or CST, yes, I do believe. But it is going to be audio signing off. Welcome back, everybody, to the MEC week number 2. We are 3, rather. We are already 3 weeks in. Can you believe it, Nightstar? And we're going over some of the MEC skirmishes today. We just wrapped up with Illinois College versus Drury. I see walking away with a very clean 2-0. Next up, it is Purdue versus Mizzou on deck. Sorry, yeah, Purdue. Yeah, Purdue versus Mizzou. They rhyme.
Yeah, it goes very well. Uh, Smooth with the tongue there. And yes, we do have Purdue Northwest, not the Purdue Boilermakers, but the not actually sure what the mascot is, but it is Purdue Northwest, who are an affiliate college, taking on Mizzou. And we saw both of these teams last week as well, with uh, Purdue taking on GVU, Grandview, and Mizzou, I believe, took on Illinois. So uh, we saw
Yeah, I mean,
very
we got to see them play, but they were pretty strange games. And we also want to preface this with just saying that these are the MEC skirmishes. So if you're just tuning into the stream, you're not quite sure what that is. We essentially have 2 different round robins, 2 different tournaments. You can think of it as running simultaneously. One has implications in CLOL. It will affect your standings. It will affect the MEC season. One doesn't matter really much at all. And that's what this is right here. These are the MEC skirmishes. These are just more games for these teams to participate in. They can try out new things with their rosters, their drafts, whatever it may be. But it's a very low pressure environment for these teams to play some games on stage and actually get some more experience. So what you see tonight may not be representative of a team's actual strength, because there's probably going to be a good deal of experimentation.
yeah, there will be some experimentation, but
That's what we like.
I mean, both teams certainly want to get the win if they can get it. So you're trying some things, but the end goal is still there. And I mean, for both of these teams, we saw some big moments coming in from different players. The Poner in the series against Grandview, he was incredibly strong on the Silas, really showcased the power of that Silas pick. And as an individual, performed very, very well in that series. On the flip side, we have Arrogant flipping the coin, 2 very strong players and 2 very heavy carry investment players as well, as they will go for the Hecarims, the Karthus of the world, at least in Flippy's case. And uh, while he does do for these go for these very heavy investment champions, sometimes he still goes ahead and lives up to his name and goes for these very strange plays just to flip the coin.
Yeah, living up to his name, I guess. Not really what you want to see when you're playing in a competitive arena, but hey, these are the skirmishes. So flip that coin all day long, baby. I do really like uh, the way Mizzou looked in their last game, though. They were able to take a game off of Grandview. That's not a easy feat, in the MEC, really last season, we measured a lot of teams' worth by if they were able to compete against Grandview, and not a lot of teams really could. It was very much Grandview first. Robert Morris was usually in that second spot. Illinois College was often in contention, but nobody could touch Grandview. So anytime you're able to do that, it's a little bit of a celebration, woohoo moment, and they did do that a couple weeks ago. The first week against Grandview in the C-Law, so like the actual ones. Now, granted, that game 1, Grandview had a pretty wacky draft and maybe had a couple of oopsies, but hey, I mean, it's still one of the best teams that we have in the MEC. So I'm excited to see what Mizzou has for us in the skirmishes, and just kind of like in their off-season games, I guess you could consider them, because they gave us a Karthus and a Rumble in that game that was just absolutely a blast to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these teams if you're talking about greed, when it comes to these skirmish matches, that's where you go for maximum greed. That is
Of
exactly where
course.
you go. You want to play for yourself. This is all about creating that highlight reel there. Just like in sometimes, you're casting to have those big caster reel moments.
Yeah, let's I do want to talk about Purdue though on the other side of the matchup because this is a team that based on their performances from the last game, and obviously we haven't seen them a whole lot yet this season, just the one series to go off, but they are looking pretty strong right now. And you mentioned they're in the mid lane. How talented he looked there on the Silas. This is a player that I think can actually, with the way that they've been laning, step up to Grandview. And I think that that's something that we need right now in the MEC. I know these are only the skirmishes, but I still do want to see like some good play out of these teams because Robert Morris University going over to, I think it was Roosevelt University, rebranding, and then dropping out of the tournament was a big blow for the top of the table because we mentioned it was Grandview versus Robert Morris. Pretty much that was it if you were looking at first and second place last season. But with Robert Morris out of the picture, there now leaves an unchecked Grandview University sitting at the top. And everybody is just kind of scared to see what sort of monster they're going to be. So we're all looking for a new team to take that place. I do get word though that we're about to get into drafts, so let's focus back on this matchup: Purdue versus Mizzou. I'm so excited to see what the junglers are going to do here, Nightstar, because I feel like that's where the wackiest picks come from in these teams.
Yeah, that's where the highlight is going to be. I think in this draft is just the fact that there's such a large champion pool for both of these junglers, and they're definitely very carry oriented as well. So expect to see maybe more of these laning champions that have more setup to allow for the junglers to try and gank their lanes and get kills, or maybe just heavy wave clear champions so they can always shove up and allow their jungler to then make invade plays to continue to apply pressure on the opposing jungler.
Absolutely. As we just getting started into the draft, let's see what these teams are going to prioritize. It's going to be Purdue on the blue side, Mizzou on the red. God, that's going to be great going throughout this game, rhyming those names. It just rolls off the tongue. Purdue, Mizzou, Mizzou, Purdue. It is going to be the Karthus immediately taking away. I like this from Purdue. They've seen the priority. Both these teams, it's the Karthus followed by the Hecarim. They did their homework. Nightstar, they watched the VODs. Both these teams love to first pick those specific junglers, and I'm glad that they're going to be taken away. It means that we're going to see something unique out of this matchup.
Yeah, and we're going to see an early Renekton ban as well. I think if you're looking at the next lane to really see some action, it would be in this top side. Arrogant does live up to his name, and he kind of goes a little bit too aggressive sometimes. And I mean, for Mizzou, this top jungle duo really do indeed live up to their name. In Arrogance and Flippy, they go for those plays all the time. And Renekton, one of those top lane picks that sets up for AP junglers exceptionally well.
Yeah, and that pick, that ban right there, really tells me that Purdue at least went back and watched the VODs because in game number 2, when the Karthus was taken away from Mizzou, they did default back to that Renekton plus a Talia combo. So leaving the Talia up, but banning away the Renekton, arguably, in my opinion, one of the stronger of the duo, at least in the early stages, which is what you're picking the combo for. So that's a really smart ban to take away. Mizzou can go back to that Talia, but they're not going to have one of the best pairings with it. The Udi are going to come through as the third jungle ban, as the third top laner is going to follow shortly after for Mizzou. It's the Aatrox taken away. No ADCs, no supports, no mid laners banned away. We still see things like Seraphine on the table.
Camille.
The Camille is up. The Kaisa as well. So it's gonna be the Karma though. Purdue, they have a habit of first picking these supports, and they're popular, but I'm not too sure how I feel about it, Nightstar. I won't lie.
I think they go for a first pick karma, and it's a nice first pick here because it gives you a lot of draft flexibility, and that's why they tend to go for these enchanter picks, because you have the option of playing perhaps tank karma in top side, you can play it mid lane, and you can play it support. Mizzou do have a really solid answer in the Senna, as it does allow you to still flex it if you choose to do so with the different play styles available for that champion. And again, I see the Aatrox, I see the Jax, I see the Renekton. Renekton, Jax typically are Camille counter picks, so here it does leave a void in the Camille pickup here for PNW if they want it here.
All right, go put your fuzzy socks on, get your warm blanket, get some warm glass of milk. We're gonna be in for a snooze fest here. Tom Kench locked in alongside the Senna. Time to take a nap, Nightstar. Oh, I've seen 3 supports picked as the first 3 picks. All right, there we go. The Vayne locked in. We got a Chad player in the bot lane.
Yeah,
Finally.
and wait, hold on. It could still be flexed here if Mizzou decide to pick something like a Galio into the mid lane.
Oh, I'm down for a Vayne top.
Vayne absolutely annihilates Galio mid, also annihilates a lot of those other top lane melee champions, so there's a lot of options still for Purdue Northwest, and then they go ahead and lock in a Zac. This is a pick I definitely did not expect, but even then, this could be flexed into support. It does scale incredibly well in the Tom Kench matchup, and it's a champion that Senna does not deal with at all.
Nightstar, what you're saying to me is that 4 out of these first 5 picks are potentially support picks, and that doesn't sit well with me. That's a scary thought. I don't like supports that don't let people die. Shielding, healing, none of that. I want bursty, I want damage. And at least we're going to be getting an Olaf in for Mizzou. It is going to be a carry to go along these, a proper early and mid carry to go along these supports. I say that it kind of sounds like Flame, but I think that Purdue are maybe showing a little bit of their hand too early here. By locking in the Zac, they've really shown that it is going to be a late game focus for this team. They are really kind of giving up a lot of the power early on, a lot of the pressure already in the draft phase. And Mizzou grabbing an Olaf to go along their supports like Tom Kench and Senna, that is a champion that can just go absolutely ham in the first 15-20 minutes and pretty much know that he's going to win those stat checks every time. Those supports feel a lot more impactful next to a champion like that, rather than next to a champion like Vayne, who needs to get a lot more golden experience under her belt.
Yeah, but what you do see is the fact that if this game does hit 25 minutes, Vayne eats up Olaf very, very quickly, because Olaf just doesn't have any tank stats besides health. And Vayne just loves champions that only build health, which is, again, Mizzou offer another one of those champions in Gnar, who doesn't build resistances and instead building a large chunk of health. So Mizzou build a very aggro front line, but the issue is the fact that they have a Senna Tom Kench who can't necessarily follow up. Yes, the Senna is able to provide heals, but is she able to do so when a Zac decides to just bypass all of those champions who are, it's basically Zac and Olaf Gnar, they're just high-fiving each other as they run past each other.
And the meatballs grow larger. Is Ornn locked in the top lane for Purdue?
Anivia, don't do this.
Anivia would be so dirty. All right, scratch everything.
Over. The game's
Early
over.
game doesn't exist against Anivia Nightstar, because once she gets level 6, she just presses R and all the minions on the map die. I hate this champion so much. She is so good at stalling out the game forever. It doesn't matter if you have a Baron, doesn't matter if you have the Dragon Soul. If Anivia can press that R, you don't have a way to interrupt her, which with that Azir locked in, maybe the Syndra could have done it, but they don't really have a long-range CC for him. it's going to be so difficult, even when you're ahead, to siege down these towers and to actually close this game out.
Yeah, and I see the Anivia pick, and then I'm looking at Mizzou's composition with their frontline champions who are very, very linear, right? Olaf, Gnar, you see them coming, you know that they don't have too many options to all of a sudden get behind you and get the jump on you. Anivia is the perfect answer into that, and the fact that she throws up a wall, Olaf can't do much. If Gnar wants to go in, he's going in by himself, and that's not the situation Gnar usually wants to be in, because again, he builds a large pool of health, doesn't necessarily have the stats after the health to really keep himself up as a primary engage. And PNW, their composition is really all around solid. Yes, the Zac could have some issues, but the Zac doesn't have to engage. He isn't put in a situation where if he doesn't engage, he can't do anything, because he can still send disruption onto the Gnar.
Yeah, and going along that line of the linear champions as well, I mean, that Anivia wall is going to be deadly. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for this Gnar, this Olaf to actually get into that backline. They're going to have to be very creative with their flanks, because you come out that Anivia out in the open, just like through the lane, and all Olaf wants to do is press R and run straight at you, ignore all the CC. You can't ignore a giant wall in your face. You have to run around it, and if Anivia places the wall correctly, you're just going to be running into a buttload of damage or just get blocked off completely from your team. So I just think this is, if Toponer can play it right, such a good answer to everything that their opponents have shown. And this is a very different style from what we've seen from him too. The last time that we were really talking about Toponer as this pop-off carry was when he was playing things like the Silas. He was heavy engaging. He was being a playmaker. If he can succeed on a champion like Anivia in a much more relaxed and paced game style, I want to keep talking about Purdue maybe being this answer to Grandview University. And I know these are just skirmishes, but if Toponer can look this good in skirmishes on this many styles, maybe this is a player that can really take Purdue to that level of Grandview.
And I mean, that was definitely one of the comments you wanted to see from this squad when we went and looked at the previous tape there. And I have to agree, like, the Poner, if he's able to really showcase that he has a diversity or champ pool diversity, and he's able to really play at a high level on all of those champions, that's so much of the game identity right now comes from that mid lane, where you pick either a control mage, or you can pick things like Anivia, who can really hard seal off engages from the other team, or you can play hard engaged champions like the Galio, like the TF, or something like an Irelia, who just hard wins lanes. So the more of those different champion styles you can add into the pool, then the better your drafts can really diversify themselves.
All right. Well, these drafts are locked in, and I think it's pretty obvious here, Nightstar, that they're going to be working on a clock here. We need to see some aggression, and some big aggression coming out from Flippy, from Arrogant, and from the Jawol too on this Tom Kench. I think is going to be crucial, because if you do not hit those level 6s and immediately start breaking open the map, amassing a gold lead, I would prefer to be 5,000 plus. I don't really see an avenue where you can close out this game against this composition before the scaling just runs you over.
Yeah, for the side of Mizzou, they pretty much have to take down all the outer turrets by around 17, 18 minutes to really open up the map, allow for Olaf and Gnar to really start generating picks with that very strong 2v2. Of course, if they end up running into something like the Anivia, makes their strong 2v2 very difficult. But if you're able to continue to generate picks onto things like the Ornn or the Karma, continue to pick them off, maybe they get avenues to be able to then snowball into an early Baron. Because Azir, if he ends up going for the Leandri's build will have more than adequate damage to 2 or 3-man Baron, and that's their window of opportunity to try and close out the game. Is just get those Baron empowered minions, crash into Anivia, and make sure she cannot wave clear up.
Well, there's only one thing left to do, and that's watch to see how it all turns out. We're going to go into a short break. We'll see you on the other side for game 1 between Purdue and Mizzou. Welcome back, MEC fans. It's game 1 between Purdue Northwest and Mizzou University. And we see players moving out across the map. It's a 5-stack for Mizzou here. Once again, I am Audio. Joining me on the desk today is Nightstar for the MEC skirmishes. Ooh, immediate flash away from Toponer. He saw one look of Flippy the coin, and he said, I'm not flipping that one today. Get me out of here.
Yeah, and right now, of course, the level 1 is pretty strong over on the side of Mizzou. They're going to have the ability to really stick onto targets. They've got a little bit more AoE damage as well. And on the flip side, in general, for Purdue Northwest, they're looking to just handle the early game pressure coming in from the side of Mizzou. And once that happens, they're able to get to that mid game, get to that 25-minute point without too many issues. They might be 3K gold behind, but even then, that's where the tables really turn for their composition.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit easier to punish that Anivia in the mid lane. Now down without the flash can be pretty vulnerable to Flippy the Coin, just walking in there, throwing those axes. You can see already Toponer giving a lot of respect over to those axes when he saw that Olaf, knowing that if he got hit by a single one, flash or not, there was probably going to be enough follow-up to chase him down. So making sure that he flashed even before the first one was thrown. So we'll have to keep an eye on him in the mid lane. He is still Anivia, so kind of can't die, or shouldn't at least. Very tough to crack that egg.
Yeah, it is going to take a little bit of time to actually be able to find the pick on to the Anivia, but certainly with the early game power of Olaf, you're going to be able to really try and hard punish the missing summoner, as level 2s are hit from both bot laners.
And the health bars are dropping as both ADCs get taken down to near 200 HP. Senna is going to have the edge on the sustain, not only thanks to the Qs, but still has the biscuit and health potion in inventory. Vayne doesn't have anything. It's just that Doran's blade.
Yeah, and it is going to be a fasting Senna playstyle as well here, so not going to be super necessary for the Senna to land all of the CS here, but also just the fact that, well, if we're getting pushed in, it makes it easier for this Tahm Kench to get his farm, and then the Senna also gets the opportunity to really just farm up these Senna stacks. As we might see gank at top side, this should be a dead Ornn.
Yeah, Arrogant goes Mega. Soul is just going to flash away, but
got a
he doesn't
long
really
way to
have
run.
anywhere left to go. No, you just stink is no, you stink is gonna kind of walk up, give some moral support, but he's just gonna watch his buddy go down, falling back to the safety of his mid laner. Toponer is a real threat that Flippy has to respect, so he does eventually back off from the play, but a quick kill for Mizzou. They're starting off on the right foot.
Yeah, and you already see the adaptation here coming in from the side of Purdue, and the fact that it is a, Tahm Kench Senna lane. You're not necessarily going to hard punish it as much as you'd like. It ends up pretty much always getting neutralized and turning into some sort of farm fest, unless if you go for a heavy harassed lane. And so Layton's just goes ahead, walks mid, makes sure that the opponent is able to make that rotate, and also just continue to support the rest of his team as they decide to go for a fight.
Zach caught out with his hand in the cookie jar, trying to take away that scuttle. Would have been a double scuttle for him as well. He secured the top one, but Flippy is able to push him off. Dragon spawning here shortly, in about 15 seconds. And it is bot lane priority for Mizzou. Here in the top lane, though, Arrogant, he's one boulder away from getting that solo kill, and the knockup misses, and he's able to grab the kill, getting out alive. Great solo kill for the top laner. In the bot lane, it's a bit of a scuffle. Pillow touch, he's down to a few hundred HP. Yvol's gonna gobble him up, exhaust down Udon. Can they get him, gobble him up? No, he doesn't have the mana, and Pillow Touch is gonna fall. It's a flash forward from Udon to secure it, but now can he get out? He has nothing left but his jungler to try to keep him alive. Flippy's gonna run straight through.
Oh no!
And he misses that axe. He gets stunned up, so he can't get back in time. Some fancy feet from Latence will prevent it from getting any worse. But Mizzou still walk away. A couple of kills there.
Yeah, Layton's really feeling Latence there. As Flippy the Coin misses out on that last axe, had the opportunity to get that kill, and now level 6 hit on this Azir.
And you get him. He still has the egg, so he's going to be fine, but is at least going to remove that safety from him. Also got the flash out of the Anivia, so now she is very well... he did just get it back. But now he is very well and truly vulnerable. That Anivia has pretty much no defenses left. If you can get on top of her, burst her down, she will be down for the count. Meanwhile, though, Mizzou are looking to get this dragon. All right, it was almost stolen away, but they did secure it. Flippy won the 50-50 on that smite. Not even a 50-50. It was more like a 80-20, but hey, he didn't hit the 20, so hooray.
You take those.
You
But-
take those. You're supposed to.
Yeah. But Twill being able to burn that flash right after the opponent gets it back, like, it's a little bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to find or hit level 6 before, but once again, Nivea's just stuck without flash. Arrogance.
Arrogant is stuck between a rock and an ice wall, as he is going to flash hop away to safety, but Toponer, he drops down that ult. Big damage.
Oh,
Almost
no,
enough to take him out. He does slink away to safety, but can't say the same for Latents down here on the bot side. Flipping the coin now on a killing spree. 3-0 on this Olaf. He is just running all over the map.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we needed to see from this Olaf pick, right? Because against the Zach's not going to stop you from doing what you want to do. You're still going to be able to power farm. You're going to be able to win trades very, very easily. And Pillow Touch, Udon, he's in trouble.
Yeah, really good trades from the Senna. Can he trade back on him, though? Yavoli spits it back out towards
what?
the Vayne, and that forces him to trade. I don't know if whose mistake that was on. I know both
Layton's in
parties
trouble.
have a chance to escape in a direction. Layton's, again, is going to dodge
Oh,
out.
wait.
Oh, Fancy Feet is going to get himself a kill here.
Yeah, and I
Doesn't
think
land
the wall.
the Karma Q afterwards, but Yavol will eventually go down. There's just nothing left for him to do. Eventually, I promise, chat. Okay,
Slowly.
he is going to fall. No Use Think is going to pick that one up. Very beefy Tom Kench, but they eventually lock him down, and that is twice now that Latents has just put the moves on Mizzou and actually gotten them some kills because of it. So, is doing a very good job here, keeping this one close.
Yeah, and that certainly was a bit of a miscommunication as far as A, who should have been tanking, which should have been the Tom Kench because he does have great health available to him. But also B, the fact that, okay, maybe the Olaf thought that the Tom Kench had the Devour available.
No, Arrogant, don't do it to him. Okay, he might die to minions. No, he's got the Meganar. He'll be fine. Very close. Does burn the flash out of Soul. But flipping the coin, he's walking around. He's in the area. There is a blue
Smells
ward.
blood.
He smells blood in the water. There's a ward there if he wanted to try, but Soul's just gonna 1v1 the Meganar. Don't think that's a great idea. It didn't work out for him too well, but Arrogant is gonna get a kill. The Olaf can continue farming, and everything is right in the world for Mizzou.
Yeah, and so still, the two champions that we highlighted that need to get ahead are indeed getting ahead for the side of Mizzou. So things are still looking good for them. But at the same time, again, we outlined for the side of Purdue, even if they are something like 3K gold behind at the 15 or at the 20-minute mark, they're still in a great position. And again, they're only 3K, but it's you're getting a little bit nervous, you know?
I love the mind games down here in the bot lane. Yavol just chucking the tongues into the bush, and after he hits one, Latent has to pop the sweeper. Just like, am I on vision? But Unstoppable Ragnarok coming out from Flippy the Coin is the Rift Herald is the goal of this skirmish. Some big knockups, but Arrogant does hit Meganar. He's probably going to be fine as we pan down to the bot lane. Udon is taking a bit of damage. He's down to about half HP. Meanwhile, Purdue were forced off of the Rift Herald. It did reset, as No Use Think is starting that one back up now, but the call that's coming out to the top lane. Meanwhile, action all over the map is... Okay, trades are still going on the bot side. And, whew, take a deep breath. Nobody walks away any worse for wear, unless...
Or
unless maybe...
Okay, well, he tried.
What? Oh, okay. I think they're done.
Maybe.
Maybe I should just keep making random noises until they do. No, I think the viewers would rather listen to your top tier analysis, Night Star. So take it away.
Yeah, I mean, at this point here, both teams very, very willing to just continue to go for these fights. As the Karma, you like to be able to bully out the Tom Kench, but it's just so hard to do so now that the Senna's in a nice spot where all of a sudden she's got enough points into her queue to be able to maintain their health pools. And Solendric, he is 2 levels down onto the Gnar now. So this pressure point of this Gnar Olaf duo is very much alive, and they are very threatening.
Question is, though, is it going to be enough to punch through all the defenses here? Stopwatch could be used by Pillow Touch. Latence, Udon Badon has to flash away, but he still goes down. It's now Olaf underneath the turret, has the sustain to keep himself alive, but it's just going to be the 1 kill for now. No use stink. He's waiting in the wings, charging up that slingshot. He does find Flippy under the tower. A shot's going to come through. Can they actually get the kill? He does secure it onto the jungle, and teleports are being channeled from both sides. Here comes Stepan. He stuns up Twilly, who dives in. The Zac still has the respawn mechanic. The Emperor's Divide goes wide, and Tapone is going to stun him up, but the jungler will go down. The tent is looking for a final Q onto his enemy. Taponer has the egg, but it's not going to be enough. Mizzou come up massive in that fight. Everything in the kitchen sink was thrown at them, but they persevere, and they come out on top, and they, I believe, 1 for 4 at the end of it all. If he's able to get the kill here, Arrogant, he flashes over the outplay in the top lane. 3-0 and 1 now.
I mean, they pan, the camera pans away right when the kill comes through, so obviously it means that the Ornn ult, while it was channeled, and if it landed, it would have gotten the kill. It didn't land, and therefore Arrogant lives on. He is now 3-0-1. He is in such an oppressive position now that he is also 60 CS up. It's not a lane you can play anymore as the Ornn, because now Arrogant, he has rank 2 ultimate. That's more damage being poured in. It should be a completed stride breaker as well from Arrogant. And Mizzou, you know, a 3K was okay, but 6K is definitely a little bit too far.
Yeah, I did say that I would like them to have a 5,000 or greater gold lead at 20 minutes. They are smashing my expectations just as hard as they just smashed Udon Bidon down here in the bot lane. 6,000 gold up at 14 minutes. This is a clinic. I feel real dumb right now for trying to parade Purdue as the Grandview Killers. This is still the skirmishes, so I don't want to go back on my word just yet. Do think this team is incredibly talented, but Mizzou is making them look like clowns right now.
Yeah, it really just comes from the fact that they're constantly handshaking these fights. They have the option of just backing down, but they just haven't done so. Even in that bot lane, Udon Bidon, he's just like, yep, I'm the Vayne, you can't do anything to me as Senna, and then the rest of the squad comes. Because there can be more people. And it's just a little bit of disrespect coming in from the side of Purdue, where they don't have the damage support from the Zac, and on the flip side, there's definitely plenty of damage coming in from Flippy the Coin.
It definitely is. However, we'll put a little caveat on this because we have to remind ourselves of the compositions that are in this game and the fact that it is an Anivia. And Anivia is known for stalling games out to a ridiculous point where the gold lead doesn't even matter anymore. And now level 10 getting close to level 11, where that ultimate's going to be upgraded, and it'll probably be finishing up that tier item. Taponer is going to be in a position where he can start just having his ultimate up all the time around these objectives, around these towers when they're being sieged, and just start to stall the game out. And although a 6,000 gold lead is not something to scoff at, and this is definitely Mizzou's game to lose, there's still that doubt in the back of my mind that it might not be enough.
Yeah, but what will help their cause would be snagging an Inferno Dragon. And with Dragon
Very true.
coming up in 30 seconds for the side of Mizzou, they're most likely going to get this. For the side of Purdue, if they can get a steal, that changes the complexion of the game. But if they don't, which is kind of the expectations, is that, well, Mizzou should get this Dragon because they have this top lane now pushed out perfect time. And now that means Soul Dragon's on the table at around 23 minutes as they go for attempts on this bottom lane, possibly.
Yeah, and when we talk about wanting teams to close out games efficiently, close out games cleanly, this is what we mean. If Mizzou is able to pick up this Dragon here, not only does it put them on Soul Point, but it forces Purdue to fight them in a few minutes for the next Drake. And that is a potential fight that if you are ahead, you can use to close out the game. So it's definitely an important objective to pick up here. Otherwise, that time just continues to stall. So Mizzou right on top of it. There is vision in the pit. No Use Think is over the side. He might go for a drive-by steal. He cancels. Doesn't even want it. As he's just going to say, you know what? You guys can have that one. We'll see you in a couple of minutes when the soul is up.
Yeah, and it really just came down to the fact that the teleport came through from the Gnar, but they didn't have teleport available onto the Ornn. So they had no way of pulling extra numbers, and it really would have just been a hero steal at best. And most likely just the Zac losing his passive and conceding over a kill. But now they're going to try, and well, they're going to have to give up this bottom tower because Rift Herald did get thrown down, and that will be the last, or the second outer tower going into the hands of Mizzou as they try and really amp up the tempo here with an 8,000 gold advantage.
And a lot of that gold advantage put into the pockets of Arrogant. He is 4,300 gold over his opponent in Solendric right now. Solendric, he just got Flamerized actually just now. Not feeling too great. 86 CS, has a garage sale of items in inventory. He's 3 level down, but hey, he's doing the best he can, man. In a couple minutes, he's going to be able to give over those items, and all will be well with the world because, you know, he'll be valuable again. But it is noteworthy to mention that one of these big meatballs that were designed to be put in front of Tabone or put in front of Udon to protect them is not going to be very meaty at all. He's more going to be like a wet pool noodle. And it's going to be very simple for Flippy the Coin and Arrogant to just run straight past him. And as long as they're mindful of the Zac, who is pretty tanky and does offer a lot of disruption, if they can avoid him, it's free access to the backline carries. So this team fight, this dream team fight that we're talking about, in which Purdue is able to solve these games, is a little bit more difficult when you take into account how far behind Solendric is.
Yeah, and that's one of the big issues because he's very far away from donating some mythic upgrades at this point in the game. He's only level 11. Even at that next dragon fight, there's a very real possibility he might not even get his own upgrade. He might not hit level 14 for him to become relevant here. And now it just comes down to the power of Anivia. Can Anivia superhuman this game for them as things get really, really
Yavol is going to have to burn his flash there as No Use Think. He was going to launch a slingshot from far away. They're looking for Flippy, but he's able to secure the scuttle and get out. Couple of members caught off guard. Yavol, wow, the range on that slingshot. He might get pulled back here, and he might go down. He will. Toponer grabs credit for that kill, but it's Mizzou looking to put the pincer on them right now. Arrogant is almost Meganar. Can he find a flank? He has to jump away. That is going to be all the escape that Purdue needs. It's going to be the one kill for them, and they'll get out clean.
Yeah, and that's a really great pick there, and being able to at least shove some gold back into their wallets. And now they're still looking and hunting for picks. Arrogant's in trouble.
Arrogant is exhausted. He can't even gain the Meganar right now, and it's a slam dunk into Flippy and Arrogant. He's bouncing, he's disrupting, and he's shut down. Udon Badon's gonna get credit for one. He's looking for a second. He's got the passive ticking. He great condemn, and the shield bow, or rather just the shield from Karma, is going to keep him alive for the second kill. Now, looking at this Baron, there's no jungler to oppose them. The most fed member in Arrogant is off the map, and there shouldn't really be anything that Mizzou can do here. You can see Twilly just maybe setting up for the Dragon, or maybe taking some fun.
Yeah, however, Dragon is going to be up in 40 seconds. This would be Soul Dragon. Okay. So the side of Purdue, they have to go for fast recalls here, because every moment they delay is more time for the side of Flip, or the side of Mizzou, to have Flippy the Coin respawn, set up for this Inferno Soul. And this is the big moment here, because for Mizzou, they have to get this Dragon. Otherwise, slowly but surely, you're going to see this game grind back into the favor of the side of Purdue.
This is it. It all comes down to this Dragon. Inferno Drake is such a powerful ability. If you put this in the hands of Twilly or Pillow Touch or Arrogant, it's going to be very dangerous. Already down to about half HP. Here comes the Ornhorn. How many's going to hit? Just one. It was Yavol, but he added it up to a great Onar ultimate. It's going to slam 3 into the wall. And here comes the DPS raining down. Flippy the Coin picks up a double. Twilly grabs a third. And Purdue has nowhere left to go. They're going to get wiped off the face of Summoner's Rift. A clean ace, the Dragon Soul. And marching down mid lane goes Mizzou. This might... It's not going to be the last nail in the coffin, but this is going to be a serious blow to that late game plan of Purdue's.
Yeah, because now with this extra power, they have the Inferno, so that makes it a lot easier to also then take the Elder Dragon if this game even gets to that stage, as they're going to be able to break so much of the base. They're going to be able to strip away a lot of these camps as well. So even when Purdue get back onto the map, there's no gold for them to get access to.
And there is so much gold in the pockets of Mizzou right now. If we look down the line before they recall, 1,200 for Arrogant, 2,000 for Flippy. There was 2,000 for Twilly as well. He just spent it. That Gnasher's Tooth plus needlessly large rod. So big upgrades coming through across the line. We have now finished an item for Solendric on the Ornn. He has the Frostfire Gauntlet, so all the mythics have been completed. That is at least some sort of relief for them. But when you're looking at Arrogant, who now has 2.5 items completed, it's just not stacking up. The stats just aren't there. And I don't know if Tapunter is going to be able to stall this one out long enough.
Yeah, and I'm not really liking the Frostfire purchase here. Yes, I mean, it's still a mythic completed, and it is the tank mythic. I much would have preferred to see the chem tank, because at least you then get the utility of the active. But here you're really looking to be more of a 1v1 threat, and that's never, ever going to happen in this 1v1.
Definitely not. Not unless this game goes on for a lot longer. We're talking like 70 minutes, full build everybody. Arrogant, 2 levels up. He has the Mega Gnar. There's the shove into the wall. Solendric only takes about a quarter of his HP, surprisingly, with that full combo coming through. So all that armor stacked up is at least doing something for him. But to that point, not a single piece of magic resist across the entirety of Purdue Northwest right now. Twilly on that Leandries, that Gnasher's Tooth, plus that needlessly large rod is going to do so much damage to this squad. They have to watch out for Twilly, level 16 now, because he's liable to just one-shot the entire team.
Yeah, and not only that, but I just want to get a quick check-in on where our Senna stacks are, because at this point in the game, the Senna does so much true damage herself, as they're just gonna
big Gnar ult, and the Senna ult layered right on top. Nowhere to go. 2 members down already for Purdue.
Yep, and that's
Senna
also...
is sitting comfortably at 86 stacks. 86 stacks right after grabbing that one.
Yep, 86 stacks here. Well, when she gets that Ginsu's Rage Blade, of course, you just get so much extra true damage. Because of this build as Flippy the Coin, he is a little bit far out. Has to burn
The
his
Flash
ult
and the Ragnarok.
Yeah, exactly. That is still two big important cooldowns to keep track of, because then all of a sudden the Vayne can kite the Olaf, and you can't, or you can peel the Olaf off of the backline all of a sudden, and now it's all about the setup for what's going to happen in 2 minutes from now, which is that Elder Dragon spawning.
Yeah, Purdue will take the small victories where they can get them, burning that Flash and Ultimate. That the ult will be up in no time at all, but at least Udon, Badan, and Toponer can sleep easily knowing that Flippy won't be flashing on them anytime in the next few minutes. Things aren't looking good, Nightstar. I don't know how else to put it. Solendric is still... He's hit level 13. He's upgraded his own item, so welcome the Rhyme Forged Grasp to the Rift, but we are still a little ways away from upgrading any of these other items. And honestly, when you're he did upgrade the Kraken Slayer, the Worm Fallen Sacrifice. So important stat upgrades coming through across the line there for Purdue, but 13,000 gold down against an Infernal Soul. Twilly finishing off that Zanius, who's gonna be a lot safer. The Rage Blade being completed. Gargoyle Stoneplate now for Arrogant. It can't be enough, right? Like, I'm struggling to see a world in which this doesn't just go over to Mizzou in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, and the thing is, at 13,000 gold, if you factor about 3K is a full item.
Elder Dragon.
That's a full item advantage on everyone on the side of Mizzou, and now Elder Dragon's about to spawn in 20 seconds. So the only benefit is the fact that because they went ahead and got Baron, they don't have the time to go recall and spend the extra money. So this is as good as a fight as it gets.
Great wall there. We'll see if Purdue can force anything here. Meanwhile, Twilly, he's solo pushing in the top lane. He has the TP to join if he's needed, but he's putting Purdue in a very tough spot. Do they commit to this dragon? Try to steal? This might be their only shot to coming back into this game, is grabbing this Elder Dragon. It is such a powerful buff. Toponer, he's already chunked down to the side. He does block off Arrogance, who's about to go Mega. The Zac is going to jump in. He's looking for the engage. He's dragged Pillow Touch back. But meanwhile, Arrogant, he's just soloing down Toponer. He's left all alone, and he's about to go down. The Meganar will drop him, and the Dragon goes over to Mizzou, and that should be all that they need. Pillow Touch is going to wrap up the tank. The rest of the team will fall. Udon Badan is the last hope, but it's going to be a double kill. And meanwhile, Twilly just thwacking away at the Nexus door, taking Mizzou to 1-0 in this MEC skirmish.
Yeah, regardless of that end result from that fight, Twilly was going to be able to end the game right there. And I mean, it had to be done. They had to address the threat that was Elder, and nothing went right for them. Just too many things went out of hand in the early game, and it just careened into the mid game, and everything. It was just falling off of the bandwagon. They were trying to plug up every single hole in the ship, but there were too many holes, man.
Way too many holes, and we got to think, why were those holes there? I mean, we didn't really have any glaring issues with the drafts. There weren't any wacky level ones that happened. It kind of just seemed like around the map, Mizzou was outplaying Purdue. And when we saw this team perform so well in their CLOB matches to start off the season and some of their more recent games, it was a little bit surprising, I will say. But perhaps this was just Purdue being unprepared, or perhaps this is just Mizzou being a better team, and we'll see them start to rise through the rankings. I'm really curious as how the second game is going to shake out, because that's going to affirm a lot of our suspicions.
Yeah, I mean, it really felt a very happy game from the side of Purdue, and the fact that they continue to just go, all right, you want to fight? We will take that fight, even though we want to just sit, have everything stay neutral, don't have any action on the map happen. Because in this case, because of their scaling composition, not doing anything would have been doing something, which is strange to say, but when you are the better scaling comp, that's just the reality of the situation. As long as you continue to buy more time for that, and if you buy more time for your vein to get items, and buy time for the Gnar and Olaf to peter off, your comp just becomes exponentially better. But didn't happen, and now we're going to be looking at them going into game two with a 1 game deficit.
Yep, but before that, we're going to toss it to a short break as these players get ready in lobby. Don't go anywhere. Purdue Northwest versus Mizzou. Game 2 of the MEC skirmish is coming right after this. Welcome back, MEC fans. It's game number 2 between Mizzou and Purdue Northwest. Again, coverage brought to you by myself, Audio, and my co-star, Nightstar. Hey, that rhymed, Nightstar. Did you know your name rhymes with a lot of stuff? Fun to say on broadcast.
It does indeed rhyme with stuff. Well, not actually stuff.
Well, not with stuff.
Yeah.
But we're going to be hopping straight into the drafts for game number 2. We saw a very different take to the draft from Purdue last game. We had seen some pretty impressive performances from them in previous weeks, but with a very hard scaling comps, 3 tanks, and a Vayne plus Anivia, they didn't have enough time, nearly enough time, to scale up into the late game.
Yeah, and I think it was more of a playstyle issue rather than the draft itself. And so perhaps this game they decide, all right, we'll just go with our urges, and if we want to fight, we should draft a composition that will allow us to do so. It was very much a we shouldn't fight, but then it became a Lee syndrome kind of moment where they see a fight happening. It was like we must go, and unfortunately it didn't work out their way. But we'll see if they decide to accept the fact that they shouldn't be fighting, or if they go head first into that mentality, which both are fine. You just have to, match the brain with the body.
Well, one of the key pieces to Mizzou's victory in game 1 was that Olaf. They've got to pick it up again here in the first round. Gragas has already been locked in as response. The Yasuo being hover, and there it is, the Gragas Yasuo combo. This is not something that I have seen in competitive play a lot recently, but both these champions are starting to eke their way back into the meta. Specifically, Yasuo, with the recent buffs to some crit items, feels really good right now.
Yeah, and the Yasuo Gragas still somewhat relevant, and the nice part is the fact that it's very flexible, right? Where you early pick this, but you have the ability to throw the Yasuo Gragas into the mid-jungle duo, but you can still throw it as a bot lane combination. And Mizzou answer very quickly with a Renekton, and I think the Renekton pick could just also be a chase the Yasuo around the map kind of pick, where if it goes into that mid lane, you have it there to meet up with it. And then this Kaisa pick here from Mizzou really amplifies the fact that it's early mid game or bust.
Yeah, and it also ensures that they have a good, strong ADC down there as well. If Purdue wanted to flex that Yasuo into the mid lane, go with that mid jungle duo you were talking about, they wanted to avoid the possibility of them getting that combo on top of one of the premier ADCs. And the Wombo combos are starting to stack up as the Jarvan to go along with them. They're putting a lot of eggs into this Yasuo basket.
Yeah, they are, but it also is still a flex pick here for the side of Purdue. They can throw it into the jungle. They can even throw it into that support role, but then it also opens up Gragas now to be played in that top side and just focus on neutralizing the Renekton. So I like how the draft is going for Purdue so far, but again, we need to see how they finish out the draft and then how it transitions into gameplay. But the Rel taken away, I think, is really important because it strips away a lot of the Olaf's power, a lot of the Renekton's power, and it's such a great counter-engaged champion in the meta right now that you just don't want it on the table if you are that in-your-face composition.
Meal also taken off the table. Gonna be one of those champions that can just bully whatever melee matchup she goes into, especially later on in the game. She is almost impossible to match in the side lane. We'll see what the final ban is going to be here for Mizzou. And you said the late game or bust for them, but I think they are just kind of one pick away from having a very solid and very aggressive early game. If they can get another form of hard CC to set up this Kaisa, set up this Olaf, other than just the Renekton point and click, I think they have the potential to force a lot of early skirmishes. which could definitely start to break up Purdue's composition, which is more snowbally. They're relying on this Yasuo to get ahead, and then just relying on never leaving his side and continuing down that road. It would be the mountain of a man himself, Malphite. They're just gonna press R, Nightstar. That's it. You can unbind the other 3 keys.
Yeah, right now, so it's looking to me like it's going to be an AP Gragas from the jungle. And then it could still be a bot lane Yasuo here, but unless if the Gragas isn't going AP, then you're looking at maybe you want some sort of mid-high DPS threat that is a magic damage dealer. But Mizzou, go ahead, pick up the Galio, provide some more engaged force here. So again, they're tripling down, double down, triple down onto this early mid-game focus from this composition, and not necessarily leaving themselves a lot of outs for that late game.
I love this from Mizzou. They take away the Silas. When we were talking about Purdue earlier and talking about how good they were, it was because of Toponer on the Silas. Was that game that we were referencing where they played against Grandview University into a comp with a lot of high-profile ultimates and just styled on them. This is the perfect pick into this composition, Nightstar, and I am here for it.
And the answer is now going to be a last pick, Tristana. We'll see where the Tristana ends up going, what lane she goes into, because she can still go into the mid lane to really match the Silas. It would be a solid matchup in that mid lane because you have range advantage. Of course, if Silas is able to get onto you, it's a nightmare, but that is really contingent on the Silas being able to find those angles to get onto the Tristana. And then that's not even factoring the fact that Tristana can always just buffer the rocket jump. So 2 very interesting compositions, I think, from both of these teams. Mizzou very much on the early mid game, some late game side lane power with the Kaisa Silas, but I don't think they're really banking on that as much as just we slaughter them by the 20-minute mark and have a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah, and Mizzou's comp feels a lot more flexible to me as well. When you look at Purdue, you know exactly what they're going to do this game. They're going to play around the Yasuo and the Tristana, and once they hit level 6, they're just gonna, clump up like a, group of elementary school kids playing soccer for the first time, chasing the ball around the field. They're never going to leave each other's side, and they're all just going to press R at the same time. So if Mizzou are smart about this, not only can they play around trying to shut down one of those 2 carries, because there really only is 2 in this composition, but if they can break up this composition, play the side lanes with the globals they have, find picks with their high profile ultimates and their point and click CC, you can really start to break apart this death ball comp from Purdue Northwest.
Yeah, and right now, I'm a little bit more positive on the Purdue composition, and I think it's the reason why is I think they have the ability to side lane a little bit here. If this is going to be that Tristana into the mid lane, you're going to see the teleport come through, and you get a lot of side lane pressure with Tristana Yasuo, and you can also still play around the Yasuo Tristana combination, because again, Tristana also offers another form of knockup or pushback to allow the Yasuo to follow up with the ultimate. So I think their composition is a lot more flexible than you might think, and they only need one person to come around and hold hands with the Yasuo. It doesn't have to be the whole squad.
That is true. We'll see how it wraps out. Regardless, it is going to be Toponer, and it's going to be Udan Badan, who will be piloting that Yasuo in the bot lane alongside the Grungus. That are going to be the focal points of Purdue's game plan here in game number 2. If they want to extend this series, take us to a game 3, it has to come from those 2 players, because the rest of the squad is just set up to help them succeed. Obviously, Gragas is going to be applying a little bit of AP, but significantly less because he'll be getting the reduced gold that his support does have. So there is also the possibility of Mizzou stacking a lot of armor. Ninja Tabi are going to be very effective this game. So are things like the Thorn Mail, or just the Zanyas, any other armor item that can protect you specifically from those auto attacks. But we're gonna have to see how it shakes up on the Rift. We're gonna go to a short break as we get these players into game, but on the other side, it's game 2 between Mizzou and Purdue Northwestern. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 between Mizzou and Purdue. So sweet it rhymes as these teams looking out to hop onto the Rift. Purdue is looking to bring this one back and take us to a Game 3. They did fall to the superior early game comp last time around. Now looking to get a little bit of aggressive plays going of their own as they're charging through this forest, but a good ward by Cylindric is going to sniff this one out, and they're going to have full information that they're running through this jungle right now.
Yeah, they're going to at least throw that brush war that they are going to be quite deep in their jungle, as it is going to give them the opportunity to go ahead and get some deep wards of their own. And we'll see if it ends up turning into more of like a vertical jungle setup or something like that, where we do see the Jarvan try and isolate that top side. Of course, it is going to be harder for a Silas to get back into the game than a Malphite, who, I mean, Malphite kind of just does his thing once he hits level 6 and whatnot. And but the interesting thing is going to be this mid lane matchup, because we have Twill on this Renekton, and then we have Tristana in the mid lane to match it.
Yeah, and I'm not really too familiar with the Tristana versus the Renekton matchup. Obviously, Toponer is going to have a nice laning phase due to that range advantage and a lot of safety built in, having that rocket jump, a very large mobility spell really early on. You know, you can even take that at level 2 if you really want to, and you start to feel threatened. So in this short lane, I would expect that Toponer is going to have a pretty good time. The question is, what can Twilly do around the map? How can he get out of this lane and start working with Flippy to get those 2v2 skirmishes, either, you know, in the mid lane or going to the side lanes, and start to snowball this advantage?
Yeah, this mid lane will be really intriguing to watch because of the fact that you have a very early game champion just stuck in a very unfavorable matchup in this mid lane, and he even has the exhaust for good measure, right? Where even if the rocket jump all of a sudden just doesn't get buffered properly, you still have the exhaust to make sure the trade isn't going to be too unfavorable for this Tristana.
Good taunt there, down bot by a year old, but it's going to be Mizzou's time to aggressive. They're looking at a pillow touch. The flash is going to be burned. Udon Badam will flash forward, but he gets taunted up before he can finish off the kill. Flashes away, but Javol's going to follow. He dash zigzags his way to safety. Latence just barely falls out too. Pillow touch tries to go for the fadeaway snipe, but it's not in the cards. Nobody falls after that fiasco, Nightstar. I can't believe it. Oh, it's not over yet. Udon Badan, they're sticking around. Flippy the coin. He is more than happy to flip the coin on this one, as now they know they've been had. They are stuck behind this turret. Nowhere to go. The wave has been shoved in. There goes the taunt. Can they collapse the kills? Yuval's gonna go down. That's already first blood going over to Latence. The teleport coming through. It's gonna dissuade any further aggression. It's saving Private Udon Badan, and it's mission successful as Mizzou actually get a kill for themselves out of that dive.
Yeah, Udon Badan able to get himself out, no problem. Same with Latence there. They're just A-OK in that bottom side, and that's puts a big damper onto the early game from the side of Mizzou. Is again, this composition is very much about that early to mid game force, but all things are looking that it's going to be a lot harder this time around because of the lane matchups. And of course, that last event.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good first step for Mizzou for sure, but there's still a lot of opportunities for Mizzou or Purdue to get aggressive here in this early game, especially with the comp that they put together. Once these level 6s start to come through, and you can start getting Twilly out of his lane, getting Yavol out of his bot lane. But for now, Mizzou is doing a very good job at being where they need to be when they need to be there. You can see No You Stink just sitting here in this brush because he knows that there's a possibility that they're going to aggress onto Udon Badon because that's the game plan. So they're just going to shadow him and right there. Good dodge there by Javol. He still gets tagged at the end of it, but dodging that knockup with the Justice Punch, mwah.
Yeah, really
Chef's kiss.
nice. Really nice. It looks like they definitely high-fived each other as they passed by. But still, okay.
Ooh,
Fight
ultimate
outside.
stolen from
advantage.
Solendric and used by Arrogant. Just hit the level 6 first and yeah, forced to flash away. Solendric has no choice, doesn't even have teleport. So Arrogant has the option to just freeze this giant wave here. He wants to stick around, but Olaf is here potentially for the dive. We're looking at bot lane right now, but it's just a farm fest. Solendric is up to half HP. He knows if he backs here, Arrogant is just going to perma-freeze this wave, so he wants to try to crash this. Has level 6 now, but the Olaf is around. I'm surprised he hasn't looked for the gank yet. Solendric is so far up. Here it comes.
so free.
Now he's wrapping around, flipping the coin. He's looking for it. No ultimate available. Solendric has one ultimate to try to get away. Oh,
And it works.
Blippi missed his axe, so he never got to pick up the axe, which meant he didn't have it for when Solendric ulted there. I think that's the scenario where you probably wait to hold on to that axe until the ultimate comes out. But good job by Solendric getting out alive.
Yeah, good job from him to at least keep his life, but it still doesn't change the situation that you're able to freeze this bot wave, and now in this bot lane, they're not quite 6.
Knock up 1, knock up 2 lands, but no 6, as you said, means that there is not much kill threat at all. They're just going to be vying for health bars. Udon, he's looking aggressive. The Tristana is here as well. She is level 6, but she jumps into turret range, immediately flashing away. And, yeah, I mean, Pillow Touch is like, okay, cool. I'll just chill here.
It was a
Take a
very
wave under turret.
strange setup, and now they're going to try and force a dive. That's a teleport coming in, though.
Diving a Galio. It's a 3-man taunt under the tower. Already one knockup. Yavol's going to go down eventually, but Udon Badon's just going to trade to the tower. As now it's a double kill for the teleporting in Twilly. Wow. I guess Purdue is really rooting, or Mizzou is really rooting for that game 3 right now. They want some more practice of these skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, Purdue, that's a strange dive to force there because, again, you don't have level 6 onto your Yasuo. So forcing that dive, not ideal at all. And also in this top side, this is not a good time for Solendric. And I am baffled as to his item choices because he hasn't gone for the Merc Treads to just at least get that tier 2 move speed that will be necessary to really try and peel away. He also went for the grasp of the Undying instead of a more trade focused Comet build, and everything just falling apart for him in this lane. He's even gone for Bramble Vest into this AP matchup, so maybe they're considering in moving the Malphite into the Renekton lane, but it's
Sure
hard
would
to
hope
figure
so. It
out.
does. I mean, it feels horrible having to build or just building. Nobody's forcing him to build Bramble Vest here. I agree with you. Definitely not the right call. You want to be building match resist into an AP matchup. We'll see. Maybe if they try to attack him, the Grievous Wounds is going to help in a 2v2 skirmish. But as long as Solendric is here in a 1v1, like you said, without Comet and without MR, it is a doomed fight. He just can't win.
Yeah, and even if you want Grievous Wounds in that matchup, in that matchup against the Silas, you probably just go Oblivion Orb, to be honest. You get a little bit more stats for yourself that you can use, and it's really easy to apply in that matchup because you just have to hit spells.
Ooh, but a taunt gonna be landing in the bottom lane, and here comes the junglers too. Badan flashes away, but Pillow Touch is hot in his trails. He's a slippery Yasuo though, and he's right out the back of the fight, looking to escape into the jungle. He's got a 3-man chase coming his way. It's Need for Speed Pursuit on Summoner's Rift right now. No! Hey, okay, Twilly's able to get him, but Taparner almost saves him with that ult over the wall, and now Purdue, they're mad. They're out for blood. They want to make Mizzou pay. They will pick up one more kill as Taparner falls to the back of that fight, and Purdue doing what they can to start to break this game open, now up to a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, but Mizzou are still, I think, the ones. Isn't it Mizzou that are on the blue side?
They all rhyme.
Well, either way, Mizzou in still control here as Udon he wants to force.
Yeah, Mizzou are on blue side, Purdue are on red side, but here in the bottom lane, it is Javal that is getting shut down. Pillow Touch running through the turret. He just wants to kill. He knows he's dead. He's just going to try to deny as much gold as he can. What?
Touchdown for the Geisa! Going all the way down.
So. A little bit baffling there.
Mission accomplished.
True. I guess he does not give his gold over to anybody. I mean, I thought that he was just going for that kill there, and that's probably what Latence thought as well. If he does turn around for that kill, probably a chance that the Kaisa actually trades there. So who knows? But either way, they don't get the reward for shutting down that Kaisa. So that just makes the bot lane dive a little less sweet. But they do grab a dragon for themselves. They're second in the game, an Infernal Drake. And we will have a Cloud Soul on the Rift, which feels great for all of these ultimate focus champions.
I mean, that being said, while it does feel nice to get that extra ability haste onto those ultimates, that's not that's only a small solace for the side of Purdue here because of just how far behind they are. Look at that mid lane. This mid lane, this is a Tristana that wants to be ahead, play from an advantage, also wants to just win lane against the Renekton, has a level deficit, is 30 CS down, doesn't have 3 kills to her name. And then you look at this top side. Arrogant is... using such a clinic up in the top lane. Like, the Malphite just cannot walk into lane whatsoever and could be in trouble here.
And this Malphite, still having almost no match resist to his name, almost falls to a single combo. Flash away from the Cataclysm from Arrogant, and now Taponer, he walks into the wrong brush, and Flippy forces him to flip on out of there. And you know, Nightstar, when it comes down to the souls and their power, analytically and logically, you're right, and I can't admit that. But if we're just being real here for a minute, I love Cloud Soul, and Cloud Soul has really been growing on me, even in a more competitive sense. I think not only Ultimate CDR, yeah, that just happened. Arrogant can do that, and Solendric can't. But obviously Infernal and Ocean are going to give you the most bang for your buck stats for the price, but I am actually a huge fan of the utility and the flexibility that the Cloud Soul gives you, not only with the cooldown on your ultimate, but also just the flat move speed. I think is a little bit underrated. And in a game like this, where we talked about the fact that Purdue want to just play a death ball. And the way you break up a death ball is by side laning and split pushing and trying to pull members to different areas of the map. The Cloud Soul move speed boost can either really help you do that on Mizzou's side or really make that hard to do if Purdue are able to pick it up, because they can clear out waves and very quickly roam over to those side lanes and group back up that death ball. So although statistically the Cloud Soul doesn't do that great, I am a big fan of it, and I'm actually very excited to see it in this match. That's my rant. I love Cloud Soul. And it seems like Mizzou loves bot lane fights because they're at it again. Great cask from the Gragas to knock the Olaf back into the tower. But Pillow Touch it's not going to help him much. Is Udon Badan is just slicing and dicing down here. It's a triple kill for the Yasuo.
Yeah, and that is exactly the moment they were waiting for, being able to finally get that big Yasuo triple, and all of a sudden they could have something to play around when it comes to this mid game, as now Arrogant, I don't know why he teleported here, but he did.
Well, he's in a 1v3. We'll see what he can do. The heals are just not enough. He's left the safety of his tower, and he will be shut down by No Use Stink. They will get the turret on top of it. Big gold swing here for Purdue. They were getting the objectives, but they were falling behind in the team fights. Now evening that up to just a 2,000 gold deficit, are going to be feeling a lot better once these big team fights start to break out around these objectives.
Yeah, and that was a shutdown onto the Sylas as well. So the Sylas, being so far ahead because of his CS advantage, ends up working against them in that instance with a very underwhelming teleport with really no purpose but to collect that wave. He ends up dying. They don't get that wave, and they also now donate a big shutdown over to the side of Purdue. And Purdue, now you're looking at this composition and you're saying, okay, we've got gas to cook with now.
They absolutely do, but the same flaws, or same risks rather, I won't say flaws, but exist when you look at the way these two teams want to play. And it's the fact that Arrogant 2-1-0 on the Sylas, despite just giving over the shutdown, has his mythic. The Renekton has the mythic. These are some vulnerable carry members, and Arrogant with this Malphite ultimate, if he can find Yasuo or find Tristana, or heaven forbid find them both, there is a chance for Mizzou to just break open this team fight before it can even start. We'll see if they're able to find those key targets, or if the team fight will come through from Purdue. They've already split off Jarvan from the rest of the squad, but there's the Malphite ultimate. There's Yasuo on top of it. They might have found the fight that they need. Cataclysm's going to lock everybody in. Twilly on a rampage, but the blue elf bars are just disappearing. The carries have gone unchecked, and hippity hop. Wait, triple quad? What? Twilly, where'd you come from? How'd you do that? That was supposed to be the play for Purdue University, and Twilly got a penta. He said no. He shuts them down. It was Toponer's moment. You saw it in his eyes, in his play. He was going off. And I'm not sure if they just all lined up for Twilly's Q, but somehow Purdue were all there one moment, and the next moment, Twilly had a pentakill.
It indeed was that pentakill for the Renekton, an early game champion. But it really just came down to the focus that they left the Renekton unchecked, and then the mistake came in from the Poner. He jumps into that fight on top of everyone, getting a little bit greedy, knowing that, I want to get max damage from my rocket jump. And because he has the Kraken Slayer instead of the Gale Force, he doesn't have the reposition tools to get out of that sticky situation. And I mean, the end result is a penta.
All right, nice. So let's take a step back and let's look at an alternate timeline where Purdue, as they probably should have, they were able to clean up that fight. We are looking at probably a quadra kill, or another kill for Toponer, 4-3. That would have been Soul Point. They, with the man advantages they have, could have turned it into a Rift Herald or maybe another objective, but that's not where we are right now. As Toponer gets shut down, we are 5,000 gold in the lead for Mizzou. We are knocking down the mid lane right now. This is just mind-boggling to me. And Twilly is 8-0. He has almost his third completed item here. Let's see what they're able to do with it. Arrogant is on the flank. They might be looking to turn this one. Udan Badan, he doesn't get stunned up. A great wall there. And Arrogant has to go gold. And the Cataclysm is going to lock him in, but he will fall down. And Mizzou, they might have bitten off more than they could chew. Twilly's not even with them. He got the pentakill. He has the gold. He needs to be in these fights. And it's shutdowns galore now for Purdue, and they have their eyes set on the Baron that just spawned.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a very confusing fight all around here, coming in for the side of Mizzou as they run at him, try and force the fight, but unfortunately their strongest member, the Renekton, is sitting out on the side, just chilling out, trying to crash these waves, trying to split push, and that's not what the rest of the team is looking to do. They lost track of their team goals and got sucked into the moment, and Purdue capitalize. They find themselves a team fight, they find themselves a Baron, and all of a sudden they're back into this game.
Yeah, and it's weird, like you said. It's a bit confusing as to why that turn of events happened. Probably just some recency bias for Mizzou after winning a big fight, getting that pentakill, feeling great about themselves. They said, oh, we can run it down mid lane, it's no problem, we're gonna destroy them just like last time, but not realizing it was Twilly that was really the one that came out clutch in that last play. But it's going to be purple wearing capes for Purdue at the end of the day. Toponer now pushing up in this mid lane. He is still working on that second item, but we're seeing a lot of members coming close to finishing those. I was actually expecting... I'm reminded now that it's a 3,000 gold lead for Mizzou because I was looking across the items and expecting a lot more second finished items coming through. There they are. Specifically, the Infinity Edge for the Yasuo. That one is big.
Yeah, that one is massive because now the damage really ramps up, at least for the Yasuo, being able to really punish in these side lanes and continue to get those picks. And now that he has the Infinity Edge, maybe he does look for more side lane pressure. But, of course, he doesn't have his exhaust, which pretty much ensures a 1v1 kill. And maybe he's just waiting for that cooldown. But now, the Poner, he keeps trying to leap forward, but it really just hasn't worked out for him.
Arrogant is able to grab his ult and just send him right back the way he came. I was a little worried, not gonna lie. I thought that Arrogant might have been able to turn that one around, but not knowing who was on the other side of the wall, decides to just get out. Toponer, though, is gonna jump in here. Neither of them have the ultimate. Toponer might get this kill. The stopwatch is going to buy a little bit of time. The heal is there. The DPS is not yet anyway. Toponer, he's ticking down, but neither will fall there. They will just walk away to live to fight another day. Meanwhile, the dragon is being started up. Is going to be stolen. No! That's going to be soul point there for Purdue, but can the fight go their way afterwards? Twilly is in this one, and he's doing what he can. He's healing up with the Gore Drinker. So much damage going down, but he's so low. At the same time, he will eventually fall. The shutdown goes to the Yasuo, exactly where they want it to be. And Purdue is feeling great after that one. They get the soul point, they get the kills, and now they can pretty much do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, that fight just does not bode well for the side of Mizzou because they force an odd man fight because Pillow Touch just wasn't there for the initial setup, and as a result, they go for a desperation steal. They flash in with the Olaf. That doesn't get the job done. Twilly, he jumps on in, but unfortunately, again, with the odd man setup, there's no other threat that they have to turn around and focus. So they just immediately turn on to Twilly. He's forced down. Pillow Touch, he at last reaches the fight, but right when he uses Killer Instinct, exhaust. And he can't play the game.
Really good reaction time there on the exhaust to shut down Pillow Touch. 2 exhausts can make it really difficult to,
Mhm.
surprise, burst through the carries, which we have time and time again said is the avenue for Mizzou to close this one out. Is you have to kill Toponer, you have to kill Udon Badon, but the fact that they can be so safe and so self-sufficient with those summoner spells is making it quite difficult to get that job done. Now it's a 1v1 between these two, Arrogant and Udon Badon. He does land the knockup, and that might be all he needs. One more Q will do it as he strikes straight through him. Solo kill for the bot laner up in the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, you're never winning that 1v1 again against an exhaust, and that's exactly what happens. They win that handily. And this is what we should see from the side of Purdue, is that whenever he has that exhaust available, or even this Tristana, you're looking for them to try and side lane and continue the pressure in that 1v1, because they will win that 1v1 even though they don't have the teleport. So for any of their side laners on the side of Mizzou, it's about shoving in the wave, generating wave pressure, and then immediately rotating with that teleport to create a play elsewhere on the opposite end of the map.
Yeah, Baron going to be spawning here in about 30 seconds. We'll give these teams something to fight over. You can see Toponer looking to maybe collect on that last standing outer turret there in the top lane. And the rest of Purdue also posturing around this objective. Twilly has teleport, so he is content to sit in the bottom lane and maybe draw a little bit of extra pressure. But right now it's Purdue on the hunt into the jungle, looking to get some deep vision, control as much area as they can, instill as much fear into their opponents as possible. And the river is pretty dark here for Mizzou.
Yeah,
Twilly
right
is
now,
gonna back.
the Silas is, or had been sitting on the Yasuo ultimate, but now he's going to lose that. So that time's out.
Ooh, Javal caught out here. He's not able to buffer away from that one, but he will go down. Toponer's gonna grab that kill. Meanwhile, down below is another fight. Twilly is already caught up. He's in the middle of 4. He flashes away to safety, but his health bar is so low. He doesn't have the Gore Drinker. The Dominus has been used as well, and that might just be the Baron going over to Purdue. There are no tools left for Mizzou to fight this one.
They don't have any tools. The only hope you can really look for is Silas being able to jump into the fight, steal the Malphite ultimate, and
He has the
immediately
Malphite ult.
go.
They might be able to find it. They're waiting for the stars to align, for the carries to stack. He finds them both back in the pit. Can he actually get the damage, though? The Baron goes over to Purdue, and so do the kills. The fight is easily theirs. And now wearing purple, taking out more members. A double kill for Toponer. They're going to be running this one down mid. Only 2,000 gold lead, but so much gold left to pick up on the map. Dragon spawning soon here. The soul for them. And they're getting these shutdowns. Perfect timing. This is all Mizzou needs, and it looks like they will be taking us. Might be a little early to call it, but I feel confident to a game number 3 in this series.
Yeah, it looks like Purdue, they're just going to run straight down mid, finish the game. There's 7 seconds on to Pillow Touch. Flippy is now respawned, but an Olaf isn't going to really do anything against these Baron minions. And now
it is do or die right here for the squad, but a 3-man Malphite ultimate shuts it all down. Solendric said, you don't get no last stand. Wow, what a beautiful way to end that game. We saw so much in that game, Nightstar. There were pentakills, there were quadra kills, there was that play at the end. What a fun match.
I mean, it certainly had plenty of highlights packed into that game, but in the end, it was the side of Purdue able to clutch that one out, even with the massive amounts of gold deficits they were facing in that early game. But again, their composition just does better in that 5v5 situation. And I mentioned it pre-draft, it was all in on early mid game. If they did not have a massive lead, as they did in game number 1, it was going to get harder and harder for them. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, for all the gamers out there, we have one more game left to get through. We're going to go into a real short break as we give my voice a break between these matches. But we'll see you on the other side for the last game of tonight's MEC skirmish between Purdue Northwestern and Mizzou. Welcome back, everybody, to the MEC skirmishes between Purdue Northwest and Mizzou. I am Audio, bringing you coverage with my co-star Nightstar, and we are in game number 3 now in this matchup. It was Purdue taking that game number 1, Mizzou clapping back in game number 2. Actually, the other way around. I apologize. It's been a long night, Nightstar. We've seen a lot.
Yeah, we have indeed seen quite a lot of games, and we're going to have one last one to finish off the night here as we're waiting to get back into draft. Things that definitely should be addressed. Probably the Yasuo. I have a
Yeah.
feeling that the Yasuo might get some attention in this last draft.
I think so too. Purdue were able to draft an entire composition around it. And to be fair, although it was mainly the Yasuo, the Tristana as well had a big performance in that game. Shutting down a lot of the engages with her ultimate was pretty impactful and put out a lot of DPS too. So I agree. Taking the Yasuo off the board more or less takes the whole comp off the board, but the Tristana isn't a pick that you should forget about either.
Yeah, and I mean for Mizzou, this is kind of a tale of two games, and the fact that they went with two drafts that were very similar in play style. They want to get up in your face, they want to just constantly force fights, and if they have a large enough advantage eventually in mid game, the wallets are just so heavy, so hefty that they go ahead and knock you out. And that was just it worked out in game 1, just didn't pan out in game number 2.
All right, well, we're into the draft phase now, and Purdue, as expected, immediately taking that Karthus off the board. Mizzou are playing as you predicted. They took away the Yasuo. They're not going to let that one go in. So we might just have to see Purdue go back to the drawing board now that the key part of that composition is taken out.
Yeah. However, at the same time, for Purdue, a quick fix doesn't quite have the same impact or ceiling potential as a Yasuo, but the Yone definitely still fits in that similar play style. It allows you to skirmish. It allows you to just 5v5 as well with the big wombo combo kind of vibe. So they could still opt for that if they want to play a similar playstyle to what they had in game number 2.
Yeah, and with the Hecarim band away, as we expected, but that is going to be the Udyr left up. This is a pick that Mizzou hadn't left out previously. I think they traded out the Aatrox ban for it. So Purdue snatching this one up right away is going to put a lot of power in their hands. And if you can put a couple of supporting tools behind that Udyr, you can get some speed ups, you can get some shields. If you can, you can turn him into a Yasuo composition where you just essentially run him as a hyper carry. Nobody can escape and nobody can kill him.
Yeah, so I'm looking for possible just double enchanter follow-up coming in from Purdue. Either they go for something like the Karma or a Seraphine, because Seraphine actually works really well with Udyr, even though Udyr definitely runs very far away from Seraphine. But you have the ultimate, the Encore does follow up quite nicely, because the range does get extended when it goes through Udyr. So as long as Udyr doesn't get too far ahead of you, it provides an insane engaged power, but they instead go for the Blitzcrank. I expect to see either some sort of really sit back and farm AD carry and maybe the Ezreal in order to allow the Blitzcrank to roam, or something that really capitalizes on its kill threat in lane.
Kaisa can do that to a percentage. Usually you think of her more with supports like Alistar or maybe even Nautilus, somebody that can go in, but pulling the enemy to you in scenarios can be good as well. So that will be the pairing that we see. I think notably, Seraphine has been oddly absent from these draft phases. She has not been banned at all. Neither team seem like they're willing to pick her, and they've essentially just kind of handshaked and said, we're not going to play her. And maybe that's just because this is a scrim and these players want to actually have a good scrim, and you can't have a good game with Seraphine in it because that champ is just dumb. But yeah, it's good to note at least.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where if you're trying to set up some sort of practice scenario or a real game situation without having to practice maybe an anti-fun, I'm sure these teams have gotten plenty of practice with Seraphine, and if they haven't, well, you know, you should.
Why? Yes,
but
the Yone and the Tristana are going to be banned away. So they did take the Tristana off the table that Purdue were able to use to good effect last time. The Gnar and the Camille are going to be the target bans for Purdue, sending those up towards Arrogant in the top lane. The Ezreal that you called out is going to be locked in for Mizzou here. Going to be going alongside that Thresh. Not a lot of kill threat. Doesn't really capitalize off of that Thresh engage too great, but is going to be an incredibly safe lane where Mizzou can now just allow Olaf to put all of his attention towards the mid or top side of the map where they will have a counter pick, and just know that with the Lantern and the Arcane Shift, they're going to be able to get out safely. That Seraphine locked in for the mid lane for Purdue. The stat stick of a support can just do absolutely everything.
Yeah, she should be headed into that mid lane. Yes, Azir will still be able to do Azir things, but you're not going to necessarily be able to just hard slam and hard punish the Seraphine. So Seraphine will also get to do Seraphine things. Now, the Ezreal pick, of course, doesn't necessarily capitalize off of the engage power off of a Thresh, but you still can have some kill potential at level 6, and more importantly, really eliminates Blitzcrank's ability to have kill threat onto the Ezreal. Volibear to round out the Purdue draft for the side of Mizzou. It looks like they're really putting all their eggs into some sort of top lane early game focus, and that is the Lucian pick.
The Lucian would certainly fit the bill, and it's locked in here for Mizzou. We're going to see a double marksman coming out from them, and this is a gamble, Nightstar. This could go fantastically right or terribly wrong.
You hit it on the hill. That's kind of just how a lot of Lucian or marksman top lane lanes just go. Either you hard slam it or you just get slammed, and Udyr is one of those champions that if you're able to set behind a marksman in the top lane, you can just keep going topside and dive him over and over again. And what better dive partner than the Volibear? So this is truly all about this top lane when it comes to the early mid game. But afterwards, it's not about those, not about the Volibear whatsoever. It's about the Seraphine Udyr combination. I outlined it. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Seraphine got through the second phase.
Me too.
But it did, and now we get to see if what I outlined actually pans out.
Yeah, and the game plan for Mizzou is definitely clear. They obviously want to play through this Lucian, and we expected with the Ezreal Thresh coming through that it was going to be a top lane focus. And Flippy the Coin will be spending a lot of time on that top side. But you gotta wonder what happens even if the Lucian starts to get ahead, because I'm starting to see in my head this picture of a Lucian who has gotten himself an advantage into the early game, maybe like 3-0, 4-0, he has a full item advantage, the Volibear's not doing too well, and then he gets out of laning phase and just gets flash bear slapped down by an Udyr, buffed up by a Seraphine with a Kaisa right behind him, and I just don't see a lot of options for the Lucian to make plays here into the mid game, because there's not much to support him. You have a Thresh to maybe give a Lantern or a Hook, but other than that, you've just got 3 other characters that are also focused on dealing damage, and you know Lucian is going to be the primary target in all of these team fights.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to Lucian trying to play away from that. being able to play more in an isolation setting, make sure he's able to really hard slam his advantages in that 1v1. So then it becomes more of a team decision. All right, we just have to let this Lucian continue to do his thing and make sure that we have the vision set up to prevent him from getting collapsed upon by the Udyr. Make sure he doesn't get collapsed upon by a Blitzcrank or a Kai'Sa, because those will ruin his day. And at the same time, if they are making those plays onto the Lucian, what can the rest of the team do elsewhere on the map? So it becomes a very macro-intensive game on the table.
Yeah, and that's going to be a wonderful push and pull to watch as this final game unfolds in front of us. I couldn't have asked for a better composition. We get to see the Lucian top, and unfortunately the Seraphine too, but whatever. Going up against it when all the chips are on the table. One of these teams is going to walk away with some bragging rights and a little bit of extra feel goods under their belt. The other one's going to walk away with, oh, well, it's just a skirmish. But we're going to go into a short break as these players get ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 3. It's Mizzou. It's Purdue. We'll be coming right back to you in just a minute. back, everybody. It's game 3 between Purdue and Mizzou. This time it is Purdue on the blue side, Mizzou on the red. Still moving out in that 5 stack. At least something has stayed consistent over these 3 games, Night Star, because there hasn't been anything else that has.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have been very willing to look for fights, and we're going to have a 5-stack answer here. However, Solendric, he didn't have an item, so he had to go for a back. Now it's just a matter of, does he end up face checking? Does he face check?
That's the question. To face check or not to face check? And
Probably
it does seem
shouldn't
like the
be a
most of the members are going to back off, so even if he does, which it seems like he's pretty aware. You see him hanging out at his tier 2 turret. He doesn't want to step too far up into the lane just in case somebody has gone into that jungle and is waiting to just gank him. So a lot of respect being pulled over. He's waiting for the wave before he walks up. And now you can see he's thinking of going over to check there. Just places the ward, though. As soon as Flippy and Arrogant leave this brush, they're going to be spotted out.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised that Arrogant just doesn't kill that ward with the help of Flippy. He can just go for the dash coming in from the Lucian and pretty much destroy that ward, as it will be vertical jungle being started up by the side of Mizzou here, as it makes a lot of sense. You want to isolate that matchup, that's how you do it.
Absolutely, but Javol is already being ignited down here in the bot lane, almost going down. The heal has to come through as well. Ladens does fall low as Pill Touch throws some DPS back, but I guess it's more or less an even trade at the end of it all. Flashes, though, being in the favor of Purdue there. And the vertical jungle just continues. We'll see if maybe No You Stink is able to do anything here, but it seems like Pillow Touch and Javol, they know this might be coming, and they might actually be able to turn around on him. He flashes forward, smites to get a little bit of extra HP, but it doesn't matter. Pillow Touch has the flash to follow. He's able to take him out. That smite just didn't finish off the Gromp.
Yeah, it doesn't finish off the Gromp, so it's actually an absolute disaster for No You Stink, because he uses the flash, he loses double buffs, he gives it over to Ezreal, who's probably the best champion in the game with double buffs early on. And it means that this bot lane, all of a sudden, it's starting to look a little bit harder for this Kai'Sa and Blitzcrank, who had a great level 1 to burn a lot of summoners onto the Thresh.
This was the lane that Mizzou was supposed to give up, right? They were supposed to cede all pressure bot lane so they could force this vertical jungle and just focus their time on the top side. Now with double buffs, that becomes so much easier, as Solendric has the flash, but he has to run away. Does blow the flash there in that exchange, and I mean, you think he's doing what he can to just farm here on the bot side, but what can he do against the double buffs?
Yeah. It becomes almost impossible for Udon Beaton to actually walk up to this wave, because now all of a sudden these Mystic shots, they're starting to really make a toll or tell a toll on to this bottom lane. You have the extra burn.
They do have Udyr nearby, though. The Arcane Shift has been used, and Javol, he has no flash, so he should be an easy target here. The question is, can Pillow Touch put out enough damage to turn this one around? It doesn't look like it. The looks could be deceiving. Come on, Pillow Touch. I know you have it in you. Doesn't look like he wants to go for it yet. Waiting for him to land that W and just go all in, but no summoners available. It's smarter, way smarter, for him to just ignore the casters and go about his business, because he's a much better player than I am. And he will just play it safe, keep farming up in that lane. They will drop a kill, though, so good job to get some gold back into the pockets of Udon Beaton.
Yeah, but vertical jungle still continues as a result, and that means Solendric, he's just forced in a very, very unfortunate situation where he has to continue just wait for the wave to hit his tower and grab as much as he can. But because of Volibear passive, that also makes it slightly more difficult to make sure you get all those minions at your tower. And now, I mean, I'm just really waiting for this Olaf to finally pull off a dive on this top side. And maybe Arrogant is just saying, well, I don't want anything to go wrong. So just let's not pull off the dive. You just continue to steal his jungle and I'll be fine.
Yeah, I actually really like the fact that Pillow Touch has not backed yet in this lane. He doesn't have the red buffs anymore, but the fact that he had them for a while means that he is just way healthier in terms of health and mana restores than the Kaisa. And instead of just simply resetting and spending that extra gold, but letting her get a reset too, he's forcing her to stay in the lane and making sure he crushes that advantage. Oh my god! Arrogant just laser beamed onto Cylindric. And there's that payoff that we've been waiting for from the Lucian. It was 20 CS, but now it's a kill too. That lane just got way bigger.
That lane just got impossibly harder here. And for the side of Mizzou, they're firing on all cylinders, but this time around, they're not in a really big draft deficit that if it hits mid to late game, they don't have any answers. This time around, they have great scaling.
Yeah, absolutely. The Seraphine, once she gets that Moonstone Renewer, is like once she gets out of lane, really, she doesn't even need the items that much. You can already see she's close to one-shotting entire minion waves with one Q, and she is a Doran's Ring, a Corrupting Potion, and a Bandle Glass Mirror in inventory. The amount of power this champion offers with wave clear, with CC, with shielding, she has a redemption in her kit for no reason. It's going to be tough for this Lucian, even with the advantage he's put together for himself. 1,000 gold at this point to overcome all of that utility.
However, he'll still be able to really manhandle this 1v1 in this top side. And now I'm looking for the Olaf this time around to try and pull off this dive. He's going for the invade right now, knows the timing of that blue buff, and I believe he just got it.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash away to stay alive. Olaf reminds him whose jungle he's in. The vertical jungling means that you were safe maybe last game, but this game, this blue side belongs to me. And now they might look for a dive. Big damage out onto Cylindric, and here comes Flippy. He doesn't pop the Ragnarok just yet, and Arrogant, he's gonna go down. He didn't have the Ragnarok actually. That is a huge mistake going for that dive without the tools available. No Ghost, no Smite to actually finish off that play. And Toponer of all people in the Seraphine is able to teleport in and get that kill. Oh, but big hook down there at the bottom when Pillow Touch manages to get the hook to safety. But will lose a chunk of his health bar as a result.
Yeah, and a great pick off and great kill going into the hands of the Seraphine, because again, this composition basically boils down to Seraphine now, because Udyr is put very far behind. Hook lands.
Hook there by Latents, and that one is going to secure the kill. The Arcane Shift wasn't even off cooldown yet.
Yeah, and that's the timing that you have to really abuse as the Blitzcrank, because of so many repeated Arcane Shift nerfs. As long as you're maxing Q onto the Blitzcrank, your hook is just going to be that much shorter cooldown over the Arcane Shift. So you really have to abuse that cooldown difference, and he was able to do so in that instance. And now for No You Stink, he's trying to get back into this game, but 20 CS down, or almost 30 CS. It's looking like we're going into more of a scaling play style. Just power farm your jungle as much as possible. If there's a play available, try and capitalize and make sure it works out. Otherwise, the Olaf continues to careen forward.
See it in his purchases, right? Going for the plated steel caps there immediately. Oh, wow.
Seraphine, far up.
Seraphine walking into the turret, gets Shurima shuffled in, and Twilly finds a solo kill. I'm not sure, maybe Toponer was window shopping there, but nevertheless, Purdue is going to be a little bit upset about that one. Mizzou is going to be more than happy to take that kill for themselves. And a 3,000 gold lead for themselves here at just 10 minutes is definitely nothing to scoff at. Another great hook, but the arcane shift is buffered. Looked like Pillow Touch got caught on the wall there. He's able to stay safe for himself right now. A small CS deficit in this bottom lane, but not anything that we didn't expect here with a Ezreal plus Thresh lane.
Yeah, the Ezreal is really just trying to be as safe as possible, but now
A little bit of poke coming down. Thresh is actually going to throw out his ultimate. What a big burst of damage layered on top of the plasma
Arrogant.
proc is that Blitzcrank ultimate. And now Arrogant is in a 1v2. He's got nowhere to go. This is the risk of top lane Lucian. It's such a long lane. And he gets run down.
just didn't have summoners and didn't have the extra move speed there to get on out of that situation. But the Poner forcing out the Encore to try and lock down Twilly because he had the support of the Kaisa, unable to find the lockdown. And Twilly, he's going to have now ult advantage in this mid lane to try and force another sort of play.
Yeah, he definitely will. He is still very... Opponent's very low on HP, and he gets ulted back. There's the advantage you're looking for. The flash hook to bring Ladence in as well. They don't have the damage to finish him off, but the pain has been dealt. The damage has been done, and Arrogant will kick him while they're down.
Yeah, I mean, the solution pick still in that isolated 1v1, especially without the extra gap close from the ultimate and the Q. From that Volibear, it's just too easy for Arrogance on the solution, and he's going to be able to get first tower, that last plate as well. He cashes in so much gold here. Also had the call. It's just such a absolute clinic up in that top side. As I mean, just pull up the gold. I need to see.
I mean, currently sitting at 6,200, which is the largest or the most in the game by over 1,000. Twilly is the next highest at 5,100. But Arrogant is 2,000 gold ahead of the strongest member on Purdue, which is actually Udon Badon with 4,800. So if anybody goes up against him right now, it doesn't matter who. He just has so much damage to deal. Going back to base, buying that Sheen, will be going towards that Essence Reaver, already working on it. And I think his call is already completed.
Yeah, he started out with call, able to cash that in at 100 CS, of course. So he's so far ahead. And I mean, he's almost double the net worth of this Volibear at the moment, just having double the gold. And it's while the Volibear is still going to be able to do team fight things, he needs to find a way to not be in this lane thing.
Yeah, they have not found a way to save him from this top lane dungeon that he finds himself in. Just constantly fighting Arrogance. It would be difficult because obviously anybody that you bring to replace him has to then lane against Arrogant, and there are a lot of options. The Seraphine is very squishy. If you bring the bottom lane up here, they kind of want to be around this dragon right now. So definitely feel for Solendric, and he's gonna have to continue doing the best he can to pick up some farm under turret. This dragon is spawning though in about 10 seconds. The Cloud Drake would be the first for Mizzou, the second for Purdue. And you can already see them starting to bring pings out around it. Arrogant is walking down the river, no TP available, but he spotted out over the wall. Okay, I got a little excited, forgot it's just Moonstone Renewer on the Seraphine. Oh, but big hook over the wall onto Pillow Touch, takes him down. Now on a rampage, they're going to make him think twice about going for this, but Arrogant has joined the fight. They're going to find anything? Ladence, he's looking for the hook. Arrogant is already dashed. He has a flash away. He's going to have to use it if the hook comes out. But they're just running him down. Ladence, as soon as he gets in range, there it is. And the Lantern is not enough. The Q is going to find the kill. Ladence will get the credit. A double kill for the Blitzcrank. And now Purdue is on a warpath down the mid lane. They have completely flipped this game on its head.
They're going straight down the highway, and for the side of Mizzou, that's the highway to hell at the moment, because that definitely puts a big damper on their early game momentum, trying to get into this mid game with a large advantage. That hook onto the Ezreal was so good. Didn't have the arcane shift, probably wasn't even expecting it, to be honest, from across that wall, and as a result they immediately have to run away from that dragon, and then they lose arrogant on top of that. So everything does go wrong in that moment.
Yeah, that hook that brought Ezreal over the wall, I don't even think he could have arcane shifted out, actually. Just the way that he was sitting and the length of that wall, the fact that Blitzcrank range is so much longer than the arcane shift. I think he got pulled into a place that he just couldn't jump out of. Now, he's going to have a lantern to help him out of this situation. But Mizzou have to really take these next couple of minutes very carefully. They've lost a lot of their early lead, and now Twilly is looking to survive in a 1v2 dive. He does get a good Emperor's Divide. Okay. It will buy himself some time. He will survive.
He does survive, and he is really packing in the damage at this point. Has a 50 CS advantage. I mean, that's kind of to be expected. But he's got to be the big mid-game carry here, even though the Lucian is so far ahead. Again, in these team fights, it's really hard for him to just output max DPS. However, it's a lot easier for the Ezreal and the Azir, but the Azir is the one with the big gold lead, as Pillow Touch shifts the wrong way. Definitely could have gotten over to that wall and saved himself the flash, but Flash has to be burned, and that's going to be an important summoner going into that next dragon, which would put Purdue onto Soul Point.
Yeah, it absolutely would, and with the scaling composition that they have for themselves, puts them in a really good position, because honestly, they don't even have to set up for this next dragon. If they were to get it without too much of a hassle, then that essentially gives them 15 minutes of saying, all right, the only objective we need to worry about, that we need to respond to, is the Baron, because there's no threat of a Soul or an Elder coming anytime soon, and that's a lot of time for this Kai'Sa, this Seraphine, to just sit and comfortably scale up to whatever point they want to, that Purdue decide, okay, now we're ready to fight. It's really Mizzou that want to set the tempo of the game, but there's not a lot of pressure for them to force fights at this moment.
Yeah, but again,
they are going to get the mid lane tier.
Oh,
one. Another great hook by Ladens, finds a kill onto Pillow Touch. And this game just keeps getting accelerated, one hook after another. The Turbo Chem Tank is going to force Flippy to use the Ragnarok, but man, is Ladens on point right now.
Yeah, and Latence is really the one dictating the mid game at the moment here, finding hook after hook. And I mean, for the side of Mizzou, really the only person that can't get hooked is going to be the Olaf. Everyone else, they're gonna run into a whole heap of trouble. And I mean, even late game, if Olaf gets hooked late game, if he doesn't have Ragnarok to get himself out to safety, he's going to get melted down very quickly as well.
Yeah, and even if he is able to use that Ragnarok, there's still a lot of DPS coming out from the side of Purdue, with Budan on this Gale Force, plus working towards this Collector that is almost finished up. Even if Flippy's able to run at him with just the plated steel caps and the Core Drinker, it's a very squishy Olaf when you use that Ragnarok. So it runs the risk of just getting burnt down here. Dragon gonna be live in 10 seconds. Like we said, Purdue don't really need to go for this one. They can just allow these dragons to stack up while they scale, but they're at a very strong point right now.
Poner, no.
With Arrogant not here. Toponer, though, might be caught out. That second undertow does not land. Buys Toponer a little bit of extra time. The charm not going to land, and Pillow Touch from downtown will secure the kill. That's huge. Now Purdue almost can't go into the fight unless something like that happens. Another Max range hook lands, and Duval is out of the fight. Now, it's a 4v4, but it was support traded for mid laner. This is still advantage Mizzou, and they're burning down this dragon. Pillow Touch doing what he can. That is the Olaf dragged in, but he doesn't have that Ragnarok. He's not using it just yet, and the health bars are disappearing. Udan doing what he can in the back line, but now he is 1v3, the only remaining member on Mizzou. As Purdue as Mizzou just runs over this fight. Lots of damage. And now they have pretty much the run of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and it's a bit mystifying why the side of Purdue opt into that fight. Yes, they got a pick, but the crux of this composition at this stage in the game is that Seraphine. So once that Seraphine gets picked out on the side lane, you can't take a full team fight. It has to be just settling for that side pick from Layton's, and Layton's found that pick. They just, again, they had to respect the fact that they couldn't transition straight into a head-on collision.
Yeah, and we said it a couple times. They don't need to fight that dragon either. Going for a 1-for-1 trade, not great. But when you're the scaling team and you're playing at a goal disadvantage, that's the best you're going to get. You take those every day of the week. It was an overforce through and through. But we'll see what they're able to adapt to now. Thankfully, not a lot was picked up after the play. Enough damage was done to Mizzou that they had to reset. Not really much gold, extra gold went in their pockets. So the gold lead is still within 5,000, which is definitely manageable with this kind of composition, especially considering that Udan just finished that collector and is 6-0-3, primed and ready to go in these fights.
Yeah, and really, at this point in the game, I'm looking for Udan to really start hunting out on the side lane, whether it's with that Blitzcrank or just by himself, because he has CC available on all of his laners to start the fight for him if they're hunting for a pick. You can have the opponent just get that stun with the double wave. Not sure, can't remember what the ability's called, but you get the lockdown. The Kaisa flies on in, gets the follow up.
Oh man, Layton's so close to hitting that hook over the wall. But right now, it is Mizzou that are controlling the vision around this river. They do have to back up, though, knowing that Layton's is in the area, knowing how deadly he's been with these hooks. Pillow Touch, they just see him on the screen, and immediately the lanterns start coming out. They are so scared of this Blitzcrank, and that's what a good Blitzcrank player can do to you. He can make every corner of the map seem scary, but a great hook. Arrogant's going to take down the jungler, and the damage is coming through. Solendric tries to put some bodies in between Pillow Touch and the rest of his squad, but it's not going to matter. The damage is there, and it's Pillow Touch coming through with a double kill. Mizzou coming through with the team fight. They drop 4 and only trade back 2. Now with a wide open mid lane to march down.
And again, Purdue lose track of who the crux of the composition is supposed to be played around. It's supposed to be the Seraphine, and again they go for the play. They take the 4v4 without their key carry. Yes, she's a support, but these are the two items you need and want on the Seraphine that make her so game breaking. It is the fact you get these items, very difficult for your team to die, but when you don't have her, you don't get those buffs.
You purchased the items, but you left them at the store. Team fighting around their win conditions, and now, I mean, it's still not disastrous for Purdue. They still have such a dirty composition. We just need them to use it. Nice Star. Like, we keep talking it up, and then they just don't bring the Seraphine to the fights. They don't bring the Kaisa to the fights. But they still have plenty of time to right this ship. There's going to be another dragon spawning here in just about 30 seconds. They don't have to fight for this one. Yeah. You hear that, Purdue? You don't have to fight for this one.
This isn't going to be the sole point. The casters. I'm telling you, this time we've got the idea.
But that's no! Did he just predict that arcane shift shut down onto Pillow Touch? And Layden's is not going to lose this game. He's not going to let them lose this game. This man is just on auto aim right now. He gets another kill, they get another turret, and this is going to be a free transition over into that dragon. There's no way that Mizzou can contest this now.
Yeah, this time around, they will be able to start this out and take it for free. And this time around, the difference is the pick happens before the dragon. Last time around, they got the pick when the side of Mizzou, they were already halfway done with the dragon. So even after that kill goes down, Mizzou are very happy with still committing over to the dragon. This time around, you lose that 80 carry, immediately you have to look for other options. And that other options was just to put down vision around Baron that will get eventually cleared out by the side of Purdue.
Nightstar, I feel like a fool because at the beginning of this game, we painted the picture of Ezreal and Thresh being this bastion of safety. Oh, there's no way that you can kill him with the Arcane Shift and the Lantern to get out, right? And I hear Layden's voice in my head just laughing. He's just laughing at me. In Blitzcrank's voice, I just hear the robotic ah ha 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 as he finds another pick onto Javal, another kill almost going through. The Ignite is not enough to finish him off, but the pressure has been placed, the damage has been done, and now Purdue is going to be starting up this Baron.
Yeah, they're going to start out the Baron, and for the side of Mizzou, they don't have vision to actually peek into the pit. Now they also have to be careful about Blitz hooks.
Yeah, Javal is sticking around just a few hundred HP. Yeah, Purdue is thinking twice. They have everybody here, but you gotta remember, there's still 5,000 gold down. There is still Arrogant, who is massive, has finished his Navori Quick Blades, and what a power spike does that unlock for the Lucian? He basically just gets to play Earth mode. So, good on Purdue to see that and respect the damage that he could come in and do on the flank.
Yeah, and I mean, the Lucian flank is going to be key. It sounds kind of odd, but because of how the side of Purdue are kind of fighting, the only way they can't deal with the Lucian is from the side, where you're trying so focused to fight front to back. The Lucian culling comes in, and with the quick blades, it allows him to be extremely mobile along the outside, the outskirts of these fights. And now we're going to try and go back into Mizzou isolating the 1v1 matchup once again and allowing the Lucian to go back to work. However, at this moment, they've been very happy with having the Azir sit on the side lane because he does have the ability to fall back to his own tower.
Yeah, you know, Nightstar, now that you mention it, something feels like it's been missing from this game. And I look down at the scoreboard, and I realize that it's Twilly. Because Twilly has just been farming away in the side lane this whole time. I don't think he's interacted with really any of these team fights at all. I mean, he's participated in 8 kills, but look at the amount of gold that this man has. 12.7 thousand. He is actually matching Arrogant right now. 340 CS in 28 minutes.
Yeah.
Read that again, because I think I need new glasses. That is so much farm. And another hook is going to bring the Olaf in. Twilly is not in this fight. He does have teleport if he wants to join. He now has the death cap completed. You need to be cognizant of this Azir and of the amount of damage that he can put down, thanks to all the farming that he's done.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit... The death cap seems a little bit risky here, Audio, because it still makes him very susceptible to those hooks coming in from the Blitzcrank. And really what I would have liked to see instead would have been something like the Banshee's Veil. Make it sure that you cannot, or you at least have a safety valve for the initial start of the fight, because you also still have the stopwatch. If you want to make a play afterwards, you have the stopwatch to do so. But without the Banshee's Veil, you have to then substitute the stopwatch as your safety valve, and it limits his playmaking possibility here.
See, Nightstar, you're thinking like a PvP player. You gotta think like Twilly, a PvE player. You don't need Banshees against minions. You need more damage from Death Caps so you can one-shot those waves faster. This
That is true.
This man's just playing Farming Simulator Season 11 down here in the bot lane. That Hook
Wait,
barely
Flippy?
misses, but Flippy decides to give him another chance as he walks right back into the brush. Big Cullen coming down, doing some damage on No You Stink, but they're caught on the wrong side of the map here, and that is a speedy bear, flash bear slap, and Udan Badan is on the chase. He's able to get the execute. The shutdown goes to Solendric, and that is the key carry missing here for Mizzou. Now Twilly is their big damage threat in these fights. He is the one that has to carry these fights, and this is going to be Ocean Soul. You cannot give this up, Purdue. You have to, or Mizzou, you have to fight this one. There's no contention. That is Ocean Soul that just went over to a Seraphine team.
And that was just a massive mistake coming in from Flippy. He dodges the hook and then says, all right, well, the hook can't
Twilly's
kill
taking
me.
the dragon.
Yeah. I'm just going to keep walking forward and see what's going on in this area. I mean, unfortunately for him, there were still a lot of people waiting for him, and they have to concede this Ocean Soul. And while they do have, I believe that is heal reduction still onto the Ezreal with the, forget what the item is called, but it's
The Chempunk Chainsword. The Chempunk Chainsword.
Yeah, I remember
Say
it
that
was
8 times
something
fast.
really edgy. And that's probably one of the edgiest
Chainsaw,
names.
man.
I know, but it's
That should be an
Chempunk.
anime name. Chempunk Chainsword. I'd watch that anime.
It's a brilliant name, and a very edgy icon, and that's what they're going to be reliant on because they don't have any other heal reduction coming in from the squad. The Lucian doesn't have any, and also, I mean, the most reliable source would be this Azir because he does AoE damage. However, he hasn't opted for it either. And I mean, it's also
Twilly is level 18 right now. The next highest level in the game is 16, which is arrogant. Or you could also Toponer if you want to look at the enemy team. He's level 18. He is 380 CS at 32 minutes.
he needs.
It's impressive.
He needs a Lich Bane. That's how they're going to win this game. Because he's sitting on the side lane, he just needs more damage to take down these towers, and
you
a
just
Lich
need
Bane
more
does it.
power damage. Twilly's taking his break this game. He got his pentakill last game, and he said, "All right, guys, it's your turn. I've done my work for the series. I'll be in the bot lane farming. Let me know when you need me, but don't."
Yeah. Let me know when you want me there, and I'll just say no.
Just don't want me though. Like, don't need me.
Yeah,
They are going to be starting up the Baron though. Twilly, he's joined to fight the Baron, albeit over the wall. But they are going to
So fast.
shred that one. Wow, that was some damage. Here comes the fight afterwards. Can they get out? One member's already fallen. Twilly is running for the hills, but the hook lands on Pillow Touch again and again. Double kill for Udan Badan. Arrogant tried to do the best he could to bob and weave away from that fight, but he does go down in the end. It's 3 quick kills, taking over the Baron. And now it's just Flippy and just Twilly left to defend against this 5-man death ball. All right, Twilly, you've been farming all game. This is your time to shine. We need you to step up and be a hero. I'm waiting. At least one shot the wave.
Yeah.
Charm
that's
is going to
flash.
flash away from it. But the Ragnarok is down and Flippy is down to half HP. Twilly has
Let's try and
everything he
fight.
needs in these fights. And they have the Baron buff. They have the members respawning. And it seems like Purdue, they don't want to tango with the rest of the squad. So they are going to back off. Just try to deny as much gold as they can.
Yeah, and I mean, the threat from this Azir is still certainly there because beyond a few of these members, there's not a whole lot of magic resistance built up. So this Azir will still shred through this lineup from Purdue.
Oh, yeah.
Beyond the Seraphine and this Udyr, everyone else just evaporates. So everyone still has to be very, very careful. And it just becomes basically a mid lane matchup, which is kind of strange to say, but that's what this game boils down to. Can the Seraphine keep her team alive long enough, or does Azir kill him faster?
And yeah, at this point, now that we're 35 minutes into the game and have an Ocean Soul, I mean, we talked about Twilly and how far ahead he is, but honestly, if you look across the other board, Udamadan's full build. As soon as he turns that Executioner's Calling into a Chempunk Chainsword, he is done. He has 16,000 gold. He actually has the highest gold in the game despite Twilly having so much farm. So when you're talking about having this late game hyper carry that is just this absolute shredding machine, Twilly's not even the only one in the game, and I think that's probably the worst feeling part for Mizzou, is the fact that they put all this time into farming up this Azir, and it doesn't really matter because Kai'Sa's just as strong.
Yeah, and now it just becomes...
They do have the Baron, though. They're pushing up the mid lane. They at least have this for this wave. We'll see what they can do. The charm isn't going to land on anybody, but the hook does bring Olaf into the team. Arrogant is already down at the beginning of the fight, but they're fighting into an Azir turret. The redemption is going to keep everybody alive, and health bars just refuse to drop. Pillow Touch is able to shut down Udamadan finally, and now Twilly is doing what he can to keep the members at bay. It's a 3-for-2 at the end of it all, and Mizzou actually comes out on top.
Yeah, Mizzou manages to make their way out on top here in
They don't have a jungler, though.
Yeah,
there is no jungler here for Mizzou. There is one, a jungler backed up by a Seraphine for Purdue. So No Use Think has a very real chance if they burn this one down. They have to take out the Udyr before they get this one low. There is no smite available. This is so risky. They're playing Gatekeeper. They're looking for the fight. Twilly needs to be putting out this damage. But the dragon resets. Okay, they are able to pull the aggro back. Teleports are coming in. I think Mizzou might have overstayed their welcome. The bear is going into the back line. Good Emperor's Divide is going to buy some space. Twilly is out of the fight, but his damage is 2, and now Seraphine is getting the shutdowns. Arrogant's going to chunk out Solendric there, but there's nobody else on the dragon. The Olaf isn't going to be here in time, or really, he's jumping in, but it's going to be Purdue that secures the Elder Dragon. Now they have to win this 3v3 or get out alive. Udamadan has joined the fight. He has everything he needs to succeed, the Elder Dragon included. They've taken down the jungler, but what more can they get? Super minions are pouring into the base Nightstar, and No Use Think is on a... What? I thought he was going to find Arrogant there, but the damage coming through is enough to burst him down, and that should slow the advance from Purdue. Mizzou should get at least one more chance to defend their base after this Elder.
Yeah, however, for the side of Purdue, once they have the respawns come through, they should look for that team fight. They still have Elder onto the strongest DPS threat on their squad, which is just that Kai'Sa. So Kai'Sa are gonna still have that buff. She'll be able to rip through these members just as easily as this Azir pick. But I mean, the Azir, the Ocean Soul doesn't matter a whole lot to the Azir, which is why these fights are still so close.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with the Mortal Reminder being finished here for Udamadan, he is now full build. We have gotten to that point where it no longer matters that Mizzou had a 4,000 gold lead early on to the game. The Arrogance started up like 6,000 gold. That's irrelevant now because everybody started to catch up. I mean, when you compare him to Solendric, sure, like he is still only at 3 items. He is still very far behind, but he is still effective in this game. We have essentially failed at snowballing the Lucian, and now the team fight that has been built for Purdue is just so disgustingly strong. And we'll see what they're able to do with it on top of the Elder Dragon. Mizzou is not wanting to give them a fight right now.
Yeah, it is a bit of a struggle here. when it comes to going, oh my god, that
Another 2 members! And Javol is just gone. Udon-Badan's gonna pick up the jungler as well. It's just the carries left now, but No You Stink has them in his sights, and he is one speedy bear. Udon's gonna take that ticket straight into the back line for a double kill, and Arrogant has to retreat with his tail between the legs. Twilly has been farming the bot lane as Twilly does, and this Baron will go over to Purdue. This might be the final nail in the coffin. There is still 30-second death timers. What can Purdue do with this Baron?
That's the real question, is it? And I mean, they're going to go ahead, go for the. It looks like Latence is going for a reset. And yeah, so they're actually going to go for a reset, which means the respawns will be able to come through on Flippy and Pillow Touch. They are going to be up available for this last fight, and it might end up coming around this Elder Dragon. That could also be the target for the end of this game in 2.5 minutes. But of course, if they're able to end, they would love to end around just having the brute force power of Ocean Soul and this second Baron.
All right. Nightstar, I know that this game has been trending towards Purdue for a couple of minutes now, but I want to talk about a massive, massive buff that Mizzou just hit. Twilly is full build. Twilly should no longer be farming any lanes. He is level 18, 450 CS, and full build. There is zero reason that Twilly should be detached from his team, and that means that Mizzou are going to have a mid laner in these fights, which is going to be huge. We may actually see some damage being dealt here as Twilly, lo and behold, he's got the blue buff, he's got the full build, he's ready to go. Flash,
blue
ult,
buff,
everything.
Blue pot? Like, how much stronger can you get? That's
You
the
can't.
question.
You can't get stronger.
Yeah.
Twilly, there's no reason to do anything else but to team fight right now. They're looking for hooks, though, over the wall. Man, that Seraphine damage, even just from that auto attack on Pillow Touch, taking nearly half his HP. Mizzou is just trying to win the vision battle right now, but so dangerous when there's a Blitzcrank sitting over that wall.
Yeah. And, I mean, at this point in the game, you're looking at what Purdue can do. They're going to try and hard force.
Gone to the Olaf, he immediately pops the Ragnarok, and Mizzou, they want to go in. This is their chance, but they get hit by the charm. Another 2-man charm, and Arrogance out of the fight. Now they're down a man, but Twilly is putting out the damage. A great Emperor's Divide to shove the jungler back under the turret, but he goes golden at 100 HP. He comes out and just gets shut down. Udon-Badan finds a triple. Flippy's fighting the big old bear in the back line, and there is nobody left to defend the Nexus. Purdue will finally, at the end of this 43-minute slugfest, take this series. The MEC skirmish is theirs, 2-1. My word, Nightstar. What a series we just watched.
A 43-minute game to finish off this series. This series, not only did it go 43 minutes for a last game, it went 51 kills. These teams just did not let, except for Twilly, these teams did not let up in the bloodbath, except for Twilly. And I mean, they just continued to go at it over and over again. But finally, for the side of Purdue, they figured out the magic sauce. They figured out the secret recipe to getting the dub, and that was, maybe have your Seraphine stick with the team. Maybe play around that Seraphine, because the Seraphine, those encores were ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, multiple times in those last couple of fights we saw, it was the Blitzcrank hook pulling out the Ragnarok from the Olaf, and then almost immediately following was big multi-man charms coming out from the Seraphine. And even in that last fight, Twilly doing his best. He put out a lot of damage. He had a good Emperor's Divide to push them under the turret, but it was too late. It was way too late. We memed about it a lot this series, and it's a script. Like I want to make that clear. There's tons of memes in the chat about Twilly got a penta, he went to bed. Twilly, he's just farming this game. I do want to just point out to everybody, remind them that this has no implications on the C-Law standings in any way. This is a separate tournament, separate round robin that we have running side by side with the C-Law MVC format. So these games are purely for these teams to experiment, play how they want, and just kind of have fun with it. So Twilly, yes, you deserve to be memed. There's no reason that an Azir with 500 CS should do 23,000 damage in a 50-minute game. It's ridiculous, but at the same time, hey, it's a scrib. You do you, man. Like I'm not gonna flame you for it. Twilly had fun doing his PvE, and the rest of the Purdue had fun playing the game. So good job.
I mean, everyone
guys.
had fun, I guess.
Yeah. Everybody had fun, us included. That was such a fun match to watch. We got to see some pentakills. We got to see a lot of different drafts coming in across all 3 games, and it was an absolute blast. I don't want to look into the analytics of this game too much when it comes to the standings of C-Law and how this is going to shape up, but I do want to say that I saw some good things from Purdue and Mizzou both, not just in the way they played the game, but just like their macro decisions and general good practices, good habits in League of Legends. It makes me hopeful that maybe Grandview won't be the only relevant team this season, but we can only hope. Nightstar, do you have any final thoughts before we wrap up tonight?
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Purdue, obviously a clear point is the fact that Solendric, he did have a rough series in lane phase, and it was really him pulling out the stops when it came to playing with his team, being out on the map, being there for his team. And so, team play wise, for the side of Purdue, I appreciate it. And that's what really has to shine through for this team moving forward. And on the flip side, Mizzou, they continue to power through and try and force these early mid-game compositions. They just have to be a little bit sharper. That way, they will be able to snowball the leads a lot cleaner.
All right. Well, we've given our thoughts, and hey, today was just scrims, but that doesn't mean that we don't have some great action come to you guys soon. Make sure next week to catch us back here for some C-Law action. That stuff is really going to matter. It's going to go towards those standings. And we'll get to see what these teams do when it's put down to brass tacks and they actually have some serious implications on the line. But for tonight, it's been so much fun. I've been Caster Audio. I've been joined by the wonderful Nightstar as my color. But until next time, we're going to see you then.